The Empire stands as the largest and most powerful realm in the old world. It is a reflection of human resilience and ingenuity in a world of constant peril and wonder. Its vast lands and provinces are as diverse as they are rich in history and culture. This grand expanse is a mosaic of landscapes, each with its own unique challenges and secrets. In this video, we will embark on an epic adventure through the lands and provinces of the Empire. We will begin our journey in the dark and haunted lands of Sylvania, where shadows linger and secrets whisper through the trees. As the journey unfolds, we'll march through Ostermak's misty landscapes, face the horrifying spread of Nurgle's corruption in Talabecland, and encounter the brave defenders of Hochland amidst a dangerous invasion. In Averland, we'll join the celebrations of its famed equestrian festivals, only to be drawn into a perilous clash with marauding greenskins. Together, we will delve into the rich histories, vibrant cultures, and enduring resilience of the people who thrive in these diverse lands. At last, our journey will bring us to Wissenland, the industrial powerhouse of the Empire, and home to the illustrious city of Nuln, a bastion of knowledge, innovation, and unyielding strength. This is an adventure filled with wonders, dangers, and stories waiting to be uncovered by those bold enough to join us. So join me, Dr. Steffan Hoffman, as we uncover the heart and soul of the Empire, province by province, in this extraordinary journey across the old world. More than 2 centuries have passed since the Empire was reunited as a single realm. However, evil still lurks in the depths of these lands. Mutant monsters prowl its dark forests, malevolent creatures plot beneath its cities, and the living dead rise from the graveyards. This journey is not just a geographical survey, no, but a dive into the heart of the Empire, revealing how its people have shaped and have been shaped by their land. From the hardy Kislevites in the north to the proud Reiklanders, each province tells a story of survival, valor, and the indomitable spirit of humanity. And so, our journey begins. I have recently received an intriguing invitation to join a congregation of esteemed professors and scholars in Stirland, in the eastern frontier of our beloved empire. Our purpose is to investigate a series of perplexing anomalies that have been disturbing the region. Reports have been accumulating about strange occurrences, unexplained sightings, bizarre phenomena, and the local populace plagued by unsettling nightmares. The opportunity to investigate such anomalies was both a professional honor and a personal intrigue. Besides, it had been a bit more than a year since my dangerous trip to the north, in which I returned, thank Sigmar, without serious repercussions. Or at least, so I think. Anyway, I felt ready to take on this trip and help the other scholars in the ongoing investigations. With little hesitation, I set about preparing for the journey. My study, once a quiet refuge of books and specimens, quickly transformed into a bustling hub of activity as I gathered my equipment. Knowing the unpredictable nature of such expeditions, I packed some of my essentials, maps of the Empire, and particularly of Stirland and Sylvania, my trusty notebook filled with blank pages eagerly awaiting new discoveries for me to write. A compact medical kit, some provisions for sustenance, and, as a precaution, a few protective charms I had acquired over the years. though ever a man of science, I've learned never to underestimate the folklore and superstitions within the lands of the Empire. Thus began my journey to Stirland, with the hope of shedding light on the mysteries that lie in wait. As I made my way on the carriage transporting me, my thoughts were a mix of scientific curiosity and cautious apprehension. You see, Stirland is a dangerously close realm to the haunted land of Sylvania, a place draped in shadows, both literal and metaphorical. Yet, I admit, this was exactly the kind of challenge that invigorated me, the pursuit of understanding in the face of the unknown. As I make my way into Stirland, let's quickly go over what we know about the province and why Sylvania, once a province of its own, eventually became a part of Stirland. Three rivers, Ster, Reik, and Aver, surround the lands of Stirland. Ancient ruins and graveyards that spread across empty fields remind Stirlanders that death is ever present. This grim world view of its people and the lack of power and wealth of the province has led to an unfavorable reputation amongst the rest of the citizens of the Empire. As a mainly closed-off society, Stirlanders have learned to be wary of the outsiders. While some folk may wander away, most of the citizens rather drink ale in a town tavern, listening to ominous stories. Being surrounded by mysterious and misty lands where the shadows of the unknown creatures shift, there is never shortage of such dark tales. But speaking with certainty, the attitude towards Stirland stemmed out of fear for another province, now long gone, Sylvania. Once the homeland of the terrifying von Carstein family that commanded the restless dead through dark magic, had long been a source of fear. After the vengeful Manfred von Carstein was slain in the final vampire wars, Stirland claimed the grim lands of Sylvania, doubling its original borders. However, even as part of Stirland, the uncanny landscape and the eerie castles of Sylvania stayed seemingly desolate and empty. But not everything is as it seems. Upon reaching Stirland, the air was thick with a sense of unease. I arrived at the designated meeting place, a venerable hall known for hosting gatherings of scholarly import. Upon entering, I was greeted by the sight of my fellow academics, a diverse assembly of some of the Empire's finest minds. The room buzzed with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Conversations were abounding with theories and speculations about the strange phenomena plaguing the region. I could hear snippets of dialogue about spectral sightings, references to ancient curses, and debates over the possible influence of dark magic. We gathered around a large oak table, its furnace littered with maps of Stirland and Sylvania, various documents and notes. The atmosphere was one of serious intent, as each member of the impromptu council shared their preliminary findings and observations. Professor Erika von Jungfreud, a historian specializing in the Dark Ages of Sylvania, spoke first. She detailed the historical context of the region, referencing past incidents that bore a chilling resemblance to current events. Her accounts were followed by a meteorologist who presented data on the recent peculiar weather patterns observed in the vicinity. As my turn came, I shared my perspective as a biologist and zoologist. I proposed the possibility of undiscovered flora or fauna influencing the local populace, perhaps emitting toxins or pheromones capable of inducing hallucinations or affecting mental states. However, I was careful to not dismiss the potential of supernatural elements, given the history and lore surrounding Sylvania. The most intriguing contribution came from a scholar of the arcane arts, who suggested that a confluence of dark magic might be at play, possibly disturbed or harnessed by an unknown entity. This theory seemed to resonate with many. As the meeting progressed, it became increasingly clear that this mystery would not yield to simple explanations. The first day concluded with a sense of unified purpose. We decided to investigate a bit more while we were in the area, to see what else we could find. Over the following days there, not much happened, but we managed to draw some conclusions. The locals had been cooperative, albeit hesitant. Their stories, while fragmented and laced with superstition, provided vital clues. The nightmares, they claimed, were not ordinary dreams, but vivid, terrifying experiences that left them waking in cold sweats, with a sense of impending doom. The local folk spoke in hushed tones about shadows moving in ways they shouldn't, and a chilling, unplaceable sense of dread that seemed to descend with the night. These accounts were not merely superstitious whispers. Even the most skeptical among us couldn't ignore the pattern of the incidents, all eerily pointing towards Sylvania. Our team, comprised of experts in various fields, from folklore and paranormal studies to biology and meteorology, had been tasked to unravel this mystery. The main suspicion was that the source of these disturbances lied somewhere in the heart of Sylvania. Known for its dark history and connection to the tales of the undead, Sylvania is a land shrouded in myth and fear. The region of Sylvania has long been associated with tales of the supernatural and the macabre. It is a place where the veil between the living and the dead is said to be perilously thin, a land marked by its past rulers, the vampire counts. These formidable undead rulers, with Vlad von Carstein as the most notorious among them, wielded dark powers and commanded legions of the undead, instilling both terror and a perverse form of order. Their reign, marked by battles, political machinations, and the blurring of the lines between life and death, left an indelible legacy, shaping the landscape and the people of the region forever. The very forests of Sylvania seem to whisper of these bygone times. The trees, gnarled and ancient, stand as silent witnesses to the countless horrors and mysteries that have unfolded beneath their boughs. The land is dotted with ancient castles and mausoleums. Castle Drakenhof, for example, is perhaps the most infamous stronghold in Sylvania. It stands as a symbol of the power and terror of the vampire counts. It was the seat of Vlad von Carstein, the first and most formidable of these undead rulers. The castle itself is an imposing structure, its Gothic spires and foreboding walls a stark reminder of the dark legacy it represents. The lore of Sylvania is rife with accounts of the undead, of spirits unable to find peace, and the dark rituals performed under the cover of night. Yet, there is more to Sylvania than its association with the undead. Contrary, as to many might think, Sylvania is home to many people, and I mean, let me clarify, actual living people that actually might call this place their home. The land is home to a hardy and resilient folk, people who have adapted to life in this foreboding landscape. Their customs, folklore, and ways of life are as much a part of Sylvania's identity as its more sinister legends. By the standards of the more sophisticated Empire residents, the largest towns in Sylvania are still regarded as rural backwaters. They are half-empty locations where people wear clothes that haven't been in style for more than 50 years. Few people can afford to live in these towns, and the majority are really overgrown villages situated on better land. As a result, only a small number of people live there. Sylvania is technologically below the rest of the Empire, and people there view gunpowder as a terrifying marvel. There is hardly any middle class, and the divide between the nobility and peasants is still insurmountable, even far worse than in the lands of Bretonnia. Starvation is a regular worry due to the low agricultural production. Most people regard experiencing hunger as an inevitable aspect of existence. Turning to sweet pork, the Sylvanians' euphemism for human flesh, is considered distasteful but not evil. Such is life in those haunted lands for the regular folk, and the circumstances can call for desperate measures. Another curious point of note is that Sylvanians do not pay taxes in coin. The blood tax is the only tax paid by them, a tradition dating back generations. The amount of blood paid differs from place to place, depending on who controls the land. It is said that these taxes are paid by some majorly mysterious beings that govern their lives. Some of these creatures supposedly only tax the wealthier inhabitants, those who can afford at least 2 sets of clothing, and refuse to feast on the poorest of peasants, perhaps because they consider their blood of lesser quality. Despite their profound disdain for the appalling living conditions and the oppressive cruelty of their rulers, a handful of intrepid and fortunate Sylvanians have succeeded in escaping the grim confines of their homeland. They've journeyed westward, seeking asylum within the borders of Stirland, where they currently find themselves living as refugees. Given that Sylvania is, in legal terms, a constituent part of Stirland, the regent's plight has not escaped the attention of Alberic Hopt Anderson, the incumbent Lector Count of Stirland. He has shown a genuine concern for the welfare of the Sylvanian people. However, fully cognizant of the severe repercussions and the enormous costs that a direct military confrontation with the possible vampire counts would entail, he has deliberately refrained from deploying his forces into Sylvania to rescue those who remain under the yoke of vampiric tyranny. Yes, I said vampire counts, because although the most powerful of them have been killed, the possibility of more of them still existing within Sylvania has never truly been discarded, along with other mysterious and dangerous beings. In our investigation into the anomalies plaguing Sylvania, we encountered a testimony that would steer our research into a realm I had previously approached with skepticism. A local, pale and visibly shaken, came to us with a harrowing account. He spoke of encountering a spectral figure in the forests near his home, a ghostly entity that emitted a scream so piercing and laden with sorrow it chilled the very marrow of his bones.
It was just past dusk, and the woods were eerily quiet. The kind of silence that feels like a weight on your chest. I was making my way back home when I saw her. A ghostly figure hovering just above the ground in the clearing. She was draped in tattered white, her face twisted in a sorrow so profound it felt like it could drown the world. And then she screamed. It wasn't just a sound, it was a physical force, filled with such pain and rage. It froze me in my tracks. The trees themselves seemed to shudder. I've never heard anything like it, and I hope to never hear it again. It pierced right through me, leaving a coldness that still lingers. I ran as fast as I could, not daring to look back. But that scream, it haunts my dreams.
Based on his description, and after much deliberation among the scholars, we concluded that what the peasant had encountered was a banshee. Banshees are ethereal beings often associated with omens of death. These ghostly figures are draped in tattered remnants of what once might have been gowns, their faces locked in an eternal expression of anguish and despair. They are said to be the spirits of women who met untimely or violent ends, their souls unable to find peace, bound to the mortal realm by their tragedy. The most striking and terrifying aspect of a banshee is its scream. It is no mere cry, but a manifestation of their pain and rage, a sound so powerful it can physically harm, or in some tales, even kill those who hear it. The scream is said to be imbued with magic, resonating with the raw emotion that fuels it. Our team had to consider the possibility that these banshees, and perhaps other ghostly beings, were connected to the anomalies. The frequent nightmares reported by the locals, the sense of unease, the sightings of spectral figures, all these could be manifestations of the banshee's influence. But why now? Banshees are not unknown in Sylvania, no. A land rife with tales of the undead and the supernatural. However, their increased activity and visibility suggested a change, a disturbance in the fabric of this haunted land. The possibility of banshees in Sylvania naturally led us to consider the presence of other ethereal entities, notably the Cairn Wraiths. In the lore of our world, these are among the most feared spectral beings, often regarded as harbingers of doom and despair. Like the banshees, Cairn Wraiths are tied to tales of death and the afterlife, but with a more malevolent bent. Cairn Wraiths are said to be the spirits of individuals who, in life, were consumed by greed and other corrupt desires. Upon death, their souls were denied rest, cursed to roam the mortal realm. They are often depicted as cloaked figures, their bodies ethereal and insubstantial, wielding scythes or other implements of death. These wraiths are bound to ancient burial sites or locations of significant slaughter and tragedy, drawing on the dark energies of these places. Their touch is as feared as the banshee's scream, a chilling, life-draining force that can sap the vitality of the living. The mere sight of a Cairn Wraith is said to bring a sense of overwhelming dread, a forewarning of impending death. Unlike banshees, whose anguish is palpable, Cairn Wraiths exude a cold, emotionless malevolence. The presence of Cairn Wraiths in Sylvania, if true, could signify a deeper disturbance in the spiritual fabric of the region. Such beings are not roused without cause. Their emergence might be linked to the same factors driving the Banshees to increased activity. In the course of our investigation, the subject of hex-wraiths arose, a topic that commands both fascination and dread. Hex-wraiths are spectral entities of a particularly malevolent kind. They are often regarded as omens of death and misfortune, far more aggressive and dangerous than their Banshee and Cairn Wraith counterparts. Hex-wraiths are depicted as ghostly riders, shrouded in ethereal flames that chill rather than burn. They ride upon spectral steeds, which carry them effortlessly across physical and ethereal planes. These wraiths are typically armed with long, cursed scythes that can cut through armor and soul alike. It is said that their very presence brings a suffocating aura of despair, capable of overwhelming even the bravest of hearts. Legend has it that hex-wraiths were once mortal riders, perhaps knights or soldiers, who were cursed and bound to an eternal existence of torment and rage. Now they roam the lands, particularly drawn to areas where death and sorrow are abundant. Their purpose is often linked to the seeking of vengeance, or the fulfillment of some unresolved, tragic destiny. To understand the restless dead, one must understand the nature of magic. The winds of magic constantly emerge from the realm of chaos and blow out across the world. Magical energies permeate everything. Gusting down from the chaos wastes, most of the currents of magical energy separate into one of the 8 colors of magic. Some, however, remain a roiling mass of pure dark magic that descends where it will. A peculiar quality of dark magic is that like attracts like. Once dark magic starts to build up in an area, more and more of it will be drawn to that same place. This forms a swirling vortex of evil that eventually coalesces into a solid form. Warpstone. It is dark magic that provides the power to animate the dead. Therefore, many of the areas where that fell force waxes strongest are also places that attract or spawn undead. Some philosophers observe that, since chaos feeds on strong emotions, places where great negative emotions such as fear, terror, hatred, and horror have been felt also attract dark magic. They claim that battlefields, plague-stricken towns, and houses where dark deeds of murder have been committed draw the forces of undeath to them. Alternatively, it could simply be a reflection of the fact that dreadful energies are often unleashed during battles, or that the mass graves and plague pits of diseased townships attract and provide cover for vampires, ghosts, and other dark beings. Whatever the reason, there are particular areas in the old world and beyond that attract the undead, and the restless spirits or damned souls along with them. These areas include the Desolation of Nagash, the Imperial Realm of Sylvania, and the cursed city of Mootland in Bretonia, the Ghoul Caves in the World's Edge Mountains, or the zombie-haunted swamps south of Skavenblight and Tilia, just to name a few. These areas, ill-famed as they may be, are far from being the only places where the undead are found. Any lonely tower with access to old burial grounds or crypts may be the haunt of a necromancer, groups of restless ghosts, or worse still, one of the vampires that they usually serve. After extensive investigations and many a sleepless night spent poring over ancient texts and analyzing collected evidence, our scholarly team has arrived at a sobering conclusion. The surge in spectral appearances and the unsettling occurrences in Sylvania are not mere coincidences, no, but the result of an intensifying concentration of dark magic somewhere in the region. The malignant forces seem to have disturbed the delicate balance between the realms of the living and the dead, unleashing a host of ghosts, including at least one mournful banshee and possibly some malevolent cairn wraiths. Recognizing the gravity of the situation and the potential threat to the populace, we have collectively decided to call upon the services of a witch hunter. This decision was not made lightly. Witch hunters, with their unyielding resolve and expertise in combating the supernatural and heretical, are perhaps our best hope in confronting and quelling the source of these disturbances. The witch hunter we seek to engage will be tasked with a mission of great peril and importance. They will venture into the heart of Sylvania to investigate the epicenter of these ghostly apparitions. Their objective is not only to gather deeper insights onto the nature of this dark magic surge, but also to confront it, and if possible, Sigma willing, banish the banshees. The appointed witch hunter will need to navigate not only the physical dangers of Sylvania, but also the complex web of magic and ancient curses that enshroud it. The risks are immense, and the path fraught with danger, but the need for action is urgent. This journey has been one of both discovery and profound concern. As a man of science, I am accustomed to seeking answers, but I have learned that some truths are shrouded in shadows, forever elusive and often perilous. The situation in Sylvania is a stark reminder of the delicate balance between the known and the unknown, the living and the dead, and the fine line that separates scholarly pursuit from the dangers of the arcane. I can only hope that their efforts will bring some measure of peace to the troubled lands of Sylvania. As for us, the scholars and academics, our work continues to study, to learn, and to endeavor to understand the mysteries that lie at the fringes of our knowledge. As the chapter of our investigation in Sylvania comes to a close, with the witch hunter embarking on their daunting task, I find myself preparing for the next leg of my journey. My scholarly pursuit now takes me to Ostermak, a region known for its own unique history and mystery within the vast lands of the Empire. Ostermak, with its rolling plains and significant landmarks, promises a new realm of discovery. This province had its capital destroyed many years ago when the twin-tailed comet destroyed the now cursed city of Mordheim. That and many other things will be discussed during our journey. There is so much more adventure and knowledge that awaits us. Thus, with my journals, instruments, and an ever-growing curiosity, I set out towards Ostermak. My journey as a scholar is far from over. In fact, I have a feeling that a new chapter has only just begun. I make my way to Ostermak, nestled in the far northeastern corner of the Empire domains. I can share some details about how this province came to be. Ostermak, or so it is officially known, the League of Ostermak, and sometimes colloquially referred to as the East March, is a unique and relatively young electoral province in the grand tapestry of our beloved empire. The land of Ostermak has a history that traces back to the dawn of the empire, existing even when the legendary Sigmar Heldenhammer first united the tribes. However, its modern incarnation of the province, the League of Ostermak, emerged from turbulent and chaotic times times in the late 19th century of the imperial calendar. This era was marked by a catastrophic event, the impact of a massive comet that obliterated Mordheim, the province's capital at that time. The comet arrival wrought unimaginable destruction, decimating the central governing body and claiming the lives of the ruling nobility. In the wake of this calamity, with their political and administrative core in ruins, the scattered towns and villages of Ostermak found themselves at a crossroads. From the ashes of tragedy, the survivors banded together, forging a new path out of pure necessity. They formed a collective, an oligarchic union that would lay the foundations for what is today known as the League of Ostermak. We will talk more about Mordheim and that particular incident when we visit the cursed place. For now, we will go to settle in and have a meal in Betschaffen, the current capital city of the province and the place where someone is waiting for me. As I traversed the lands and arrived to the capital, I noticed that even though it is summertime, there's something feeble and hesitant about the sunlight. Like, it's not sure it wants to be there. But now I think about it, Ostermak, in its distinctive locale, lies on the extreme eastern frontier of the Empire, a land where the authoritative influence of the Emperor gradually fades, giving way to the untamed expanses of Kislev to the north, known for its hardy people and harsh climates, and also the majestic World's Edge Mountains, the domain of the dwarfs, but also home to green-skinned tribes, ogres, and other wild creatures. This unique positioning of Ostermak makes it a borderland in more ways than one, not just in terms of geography, but also in its cultural and political landscape. Upon my arrival in Betschaffen, the capital city of Ostermak, I was filled with anticipation. Not only was I about to delve into the history of this intriguing frontier city, but I was also looking forward to reconnecting with an old friend and colleague, Wilhelm Adler. Wilhelm and I had crossed paths several years ago during a series of lectures at the University of Altdorf. His insightful discourse on military history had left a lasting impression on me. Wilhelm, a former military officer with a passion for history, had since turned his strategic acumen towards scholarly pursuits. His fascination with military strategies and the defense mechanisms of border cities led him to settle in Betschaffen. Here he has been conducting an in-depth study on how frontier cities have historically managed their defenses against various threats, a topic of particular relevance given Ostermark's location on the eastern edge of the empire.
Ha ha! Steffan! It is a delight to see you after all these years. The roads are long and taxing, no doubt. Come inside. Rest your feet. I prepared a meal to rejuvenate you after your journey.
I was warmly greeted by Wilhelm at his residence, a quaint yet elegant house that reflected his refined taste and academic lifestyle. Over a hearty meal, we began exchanging stories. He shared his experiences in Betschaffen, while I recounted my recent investigations in Sylvania. As the evening progressed, Wilhelm proposed a tour of the city for the following day, offering to show me the key historical sites and the modern adaptations that had evolved from its rich past. This, I knew, would be an invaluable opportunity to understand not just Betschaffen, but also the broader dynamics of life in a border province like Ostermak. The first light of dawn was just breaking as I awoke, refreshed and eager for the day ahead. Wilhelm, ever the gracious host, had prepared a simple yet nourishing breakfast, fueling us for our day's journey. As we walked, Wilhelm pointed out various landmarks and sites. The city, he explained, was a blend of functional military design and the cultural richness born of its unique geographical location. The streets were lined with buildings that bore the marks of time and history, some still showing the scars of past conflicts, others restored or repurposed. Our path took us through bustling market squares, where traders from all corners of the empire and beyond exchanged goods and stories. The vibrancy and diversity of Bechaven's markets were a clear indication of its role as a crossroads between the empire and the wilder lands to the east and the mountains. Then we arrived at the city port, renowned for its craftsmanship. Bechaven boasts of some of the most esteemed boatyards in the entire empire. Here, skilled artisans and shipwrights construct a wide array of rivercraft, ranging from sturdy trading barges to elegant boats. These vessels are not just functional, they are masterpieces of design and engineering that showcase the city's long-standing tradition of excellence in shipbuilding. In addition to the boatyards, Bechaven is home to two notable water-powered sawmills. With their intricate system of gears and wheels, they harness the power of the river to process timber. These impressive structures were a benevolent gift from the dwarf king of Karak Kadrin, symbolizing the strong ties between Bechaven and the dwarf realms. As Wilhelm and I meandered through the street, our journey led us to a site that commanded solemn reverence. There, visible amidst the bustling life of the city, was a large temple dedicated to Marl, the god of the dead. The architecture of the Marl temple was imposing, its somber stone walls and Gothic spires reaching towards the sky. The design spoke of respect and honor for the departed, with intricate carvings and statues depicting Marl's guardians, the Ravens of Death. These symbols served as a reminder of Marl's dominion over the afterlife and his role as a guide for souls transitioning to the next world. Wilhelm whispered to me that this temple was not just a place of worship, but also a center of learning and study for matters of death and the afterlife. It was here that scholars and theologians pondered the mysteries of mortality, seeking understanding in the teachings of Marl. Inside, priests and acolytes moved silently about their duties, their robes a deep, mournful black. As we left the temple, the sounds and sight of the city gradually returned to life. And suddenly, as Wilhelm and I navigated the vibrant streets of Bechaven, we found ourselves at the doorstep of a renowned local establishment, the Red Teeth Tavern.
You're in for a real treat, Steffan. The Red Teeth has a charm like no other. Its fame is well deserved, as you'll soon see.
The tavern, a creation of its Tillian proprietor, Rogero Steeleye, stood out with its distinctive architecture that paid homage to his Tillian roots. The Red Teeth was designed with several expansive bar rooms, each adorned with massive, intricately carved booths that overshadowed the relatively few tables. Rogero, understanding the generous nature of the ogres when it came to indulging in food and drink, had crafted the tavern to maximize the comfort of these hulking creatures. The tavern's menu was as unique as its clientele, specializing in colossal skewers of meat served as raw as the clients wanted. This culinary preference of the ogres meant that the space and furniture within the tavern were often splattered with remnants of their feasts, lending the establishment its name and a certain rugged charm. The Red Teeth was more than just a place for food and drink. It had become a go-to spot for those in Bechafin seeking to hire ogre mercenaries. The tavern's reputation as a meeting place for these mighty warriors made it a focal point for anyone looking to enlist in their services. Our conversation turned to the unique challenges faced by Ostermak. Over the clinking of tankards and the laughter of the tavern's patrons, Wilhelm explained to me the critical role that ogres play in the survival of this frontier province.
You must understand, Ostermak isn't just the eastern boundary of the Empire. It's a borderland, in every sense, constantly brushed by the wild and untamed. These ogres aren't just here for show, or for their strength in the labor fields. They are vital for our defense. Raids and attacks are frequent here, not just from human bandits, but from all manner of beasts and horrors that emerge from the wilderness.
As I sipped my ale, I pondered his words. Ostermark's proximity to the wild lands beyond the Empire's borders made it a natural point for conflict and strife. The hours went by inside the tavern, enveloped in the lively atmosphere of the place. The ale was okay, nothing compared to the delicious flavour that a good Bugman's beer had, but it still was enjoyable. After a few hours and a couple of drinks, Wilhelm and I decided it was time to depart. As we stepped out into the cooler evening air, the sounds of joviality and clinking mugs faded behind us, replaced by the quiet streets of Bechafin under the night sky. We walked back to Wilhelm's home under the night sky, our conversation turning to the plans for the following day. The plan was to visit the remnants of Mordheim, known as the Cursed City. Mordheim's tragic history and the tales of its ruin were topics that had long intrigued me. An interesting day indeed laid ahead. The sun rose in the morning, and Wilhelm and I set out for the ruins of Mordheim, to the south of the province. We travelled and shared some stories from the past, but mostly the road to the former capital of Ostermak was majorly uneventful. After some travelling time, the ruins of Mordheim loomed in the distance, a haunting silhouette against the sky. The sight sent a shiver down my spine. The city, once a bustling hub of trade and culture, now lay desolate. Mordheim, often referred to as the City of the Damned, once stood proudly as a magnificent imperial city, boasting the title of capital of the Ostermark province. This once majestic city, which could even stand toe-to-toe in splendor and prosperity with cities like Altdorf, gradually succumbed from the inside to decay, its grandeur eroded by a creeping corruption that at first could not be seen, but a corruption that first tainted the hearts of the nobles and the elite of the city. In the year 1999 of the imperial calendar, the skies bore witness to a wondrous and ominous spectacle, a twin-tailed comet, widely regarded as the herald of Sigmar. This celestial event sparked fervent speculations among astronomers and soothsayers, many of whom prophesied the return of Sigmar himself, with Mordheim as his chosen site of arrival. This prophecy set a mass migration into motion, drawing people from every corner of the empire to Mordheim, and as a result, the city swelled far beyond its means. As the population surged, the moral fabric of Mordheim rapidly deteriorated. The city descended into hedonism and lawlessness, its streets becoming a tableau of unchecked anarchy. Every new wave of arrivals only intensified the chaos, turning the city into a crucible of excess and desperation. On the eve of the new year, the anticipated climax arrived, but it was a harbinger of doom, not the prophesied return of Sigmar. The comet, once a symbol of hope and renewal, hurtled towards Mordheim with unstoppable force, obliterating the city in a cataclysmic impact. The city was reduced to nothing but rubble in an instant, the vast majority of its populace perishing under the comet's wrath. In the wake of this disaster, whispers and speculations swirled like the dust over the ruins. Many believed that the comet's impact was a divine judgment from Sigmar himself, a punishing blow for the rampant depravity and moral decay that had consumed the city. The people of Mordheim, once basking in hedonistic abandon, were now seen as victims of their own unworthiness, struck down by a celestial verdict that left nothing but death and destruction in its wake. From that point on, the ruling class of Ostermak was no more, and the people had to reorganize to eventually form the League of Ostermak. Presently, Mordheim is a forsaken city, a domain where only the reckless, the deranged, or the avaricious dare to tread. They come in search of the remnants of its past wealth, or, more perilously, to scavenge the verdant fragments of warpstone born from the comet that wrought this ruin. This malevolent stone, scattering its malignant essence throughout the city, has tainted Mordheim with corruption. Our investigation of the eerie ruins of Mordheim had just concluded, leaving behind a trail of haunting memories and unanswered questions. As we prepared to depart, Wilhelm, with a noticeably troubled expression, revealed to me a matter of urgent family concern. He explained that his sister, residing in Talabheim, the bustling capital city of Talabecland, had been stricken with a mysterious illness. This ailment, he mentioned, wasn't isolated to her alone, no. Apparently, it had begun to spread through several towns and villages in Talabecland, baffling local healers with its unknown nature. The worry in Wilhelm's voice was evident as he spoke of the dire situation. Recognizing an opportunity to possibly aid in understanding and diagnosing this strange illness, I offered to accompany Wilhelm to Talabecland. My knowledge, though primarily academic, could provide a fresh perspective on this perplexing ailment. Wilhelm seemed relieved at my offer, grateful for the support and the potential insight I could bring. Thus, our journey took a new direction, leading us towards Talabecland. The road there would not only be a journey across the landscape, but also a venture into the unknown realms of science and medicine, a path I was eager to tread alongside Wilhelm. As we crossed the border into Talabecland, the landscape unfolded before us to reveal countless shades of green. I had never been to this place before, and I was amused and convinced that the forest had more than earned its name, the Great Forest. The dense expanse of it stretched as far as the eye could see, its ancient trees standing tall. As we made our way towards Talabheim, the capital city cradled by the forest, I was struck by the vibrancy of life that coursed through the province. Farmers tended to their crops with care. Merchants traveled the roads with their wares. we found ourselves enveloped in the natural majesty of this province, a contrast to the haunted ruins of Mordheim we had left behind. Walking under the shadows of enormous trees, Wilhelm and I shared what we knew about the Great Forest and the province. Spanning vast distances of wild, uncharted territory, the forest serves as a sanctuary for a myriad of beings, both natural and unnatural. It is a preferred hideout for bandits and outlaws wishing to elude the grasp of imperial law, who often conceal their camps beneath the dense canopy of trees. Deep within the forest's heart, green-skinned tribes and beastmen war herds stake their claims over extensive areas, territories that the imperial armies find challenging to identify and cleanse. Additionally, the forest is notoriously recognized as a refuge for groups of chaos followers, remnants of forces once vanquished during earlier incursions into the Empire, or newly founded cults that praise the dark gods. It is important to note, though, that the Great Forest, while it is home to many dangers, is not as perilous as the Drakewald Forest or the Forest of Shadows. While the Great Forest envelops much of Talabecland, significant portions have been cleared to establish farmlands or to support the Empire's growing demand for timber, fueling its burgeoning lumber industry. Similar to other wooded areas across the Empire, swaths of forest have also been removed to pave the way for infrastructure developments, including roads, villages, and towns. Despite these alterations, the forest remains expansive, covering a large area of the Central Empire. The River Talabec, one of the great rivers of the Empire, serves as a vital artery that flows through the province, marking its importance not just geographically, but also historically and economically for the region. Originating from the World's Edge Mountains, this majestic river meanders through the dense and ancient woodlands of the Great Forest before coursing past the city of Talabheim and eventually joining the River Reik. Over the centuries, it has fostered trade and sustenance for the people of Talabecland, becoming a bustling trade route that connects the inner provinces of the Empire to the eastern frontiers. Merchant ships and trade barges laden with goods from lumber to grain ply its waters, weaving a network of commerce. Beyond its economic significance, the River Talabec is steeped in legend and lore. It is said that the gods themselves have walked its banks, and battles fought over its control have altered the course of history. The river has been both a protector, with its daunting width and depth serving as a natural barrier against invaders, and a challenge for those seeking to bridge its expanse.
The River Talabec is the main artery that brings light to the heart of the Great Forest. For centuries, the woodsmen of Talabec have used the river to transport timber, charcoal, pelts, and other goods out of the depths of the Great Woods. If you want to choke the people of this region, you need only to stop the flow of goods from the river.
Talabheim stands as the most expansive city in the eastern reaches of the Empire. Nestled deep within the vast expanse of the Empire's Great Forest, it has fittingly been dubbed the Eye of the Forest. This moniker draws a comparison to the calm center of a formidable storm, as the city itself is situated within a vast shallow crater amidst the dense forest, serving as a beacon of tranquility surrounded by the wilderness. Talabheim has always grappled with the limitations of its geographic confines, utilizing every available nook and cranny within the crater's embrace to accommodate its inhabitants. The city teems with life, bustling with a constant flurry of events and attractions that captivate both locals and visitors alike, The vibrancy persists even in the quieter districts, where the population density exceeds what would seem feasible for the available living space, especially in the city's core. The streets, often too narrow for individuals to walk abreast, much less for the passage of carts or wagons, are perpetually filled with a diverse crowd of merchants, beggars, labourers, and nobility, all moving with purposeful haste towards their various destinations. Arriving in the city encircled by imposing walls that rose from the crater in which it lay, Talabecland was a fortress against the wilderness that surrounded it. Its gates welcomed us into streets alive with activity. As we walked the streets, heading towards Wilhelm's sister's house, my friend told me about the history of the city, as it was told to him by his father, or shall we say, as the legends go.
Have you ever heard the tale of how Talabecland came to be? It's a saga that stretches back to the age of legends. After Tal, the god of nature, bestowed upon his brother Ulrich the mountain that would become Middenland, he ventured eastward, deep into the ancient woodlands, seeking a domain where his own followers could flourish. As the legend goes, in his travels, Tal came upon a massive worm, creature with such ferocity that it dared to challenge the god. Their battle was epic, lasting weeks, with the very earth trembling beneath their strife. In the climax of their confrontation, Tal seized the beast by its tail, striking it against the ground so fiercely that he carved out the western reaches of the Talabecland River. With a final monumental effort, Tal hurled the worm into the skies, its flaming body descending to create the vast crater we now know as the home of Talabecland. But rather than a scene of destruction, Tal found that the worm's remains had enriched the crater's soil, making it incredibly fertile. Even the beast's scales, mingling with the earth, became a source of magical material prized for crafting. Looking upon this crater, Tal named it Talahim, or Tal's Victory, foreseeing that it would someday nurture a thriving community of his faithful. And to ensure that they could reach this blessed land, he crafted a great tunnel through the crater's walls.
Wilhelm's explanation captivated me, and the story actually explained why things are the way they are in this city. The interior of the crater encompasses a vast expanse that houses not only fertile agricultural lands, but also a lake brimming with fresh water, alongside the majestic city itself. This ensures that, in the event of a formidable adversary managing to penetrate the defences of Talabecland's forces, the city and its resilient inhabitants can endure a prolonged siege with relative self-sufficiency, protected by the imposing walls of the great crater. As long as these natural fortifications hold against the invaders, the people within have the resources to withstand an extended assault. Talabecland is considered to be one of the safest places within the Empire. As Wilhelm and I made our way through the streets of this unique city, the hint of urgency between us was palpable. Our destination was the home of Audrey Adler, Wilhelm's sister, who had succumbed to the mysterious illness. Upon our arrival, we were greeted by a scene of quiet concern. Audrey lay in bed, her brow glistening with the sheen of fever, a local physician attending to her. The doctor, a man with a steady demeanour, turned to us as we entered.
You've come at a crucial time. This sickness, where not yet widespread, is beginning to show more frequently within the city and in several surrounding areas. We're seeing an increasing number of cases, much like Audrey's here. The symptoms are consistent fever, severe fatigue, and in some cases, delirium. What's perplexing is the sudden onset and the rapid progression in certain patients. We're doing all we can, but I must admit, this illness is unlike anything we've encountered before.
Wilhelm moved closer to his sister's bedside. I stood by, silently observing, my mind racing with questions and theories. It was clear that this sickness was more than a mere ailment. It was a puzzle that needed solving, not just for Audrey's sake, but for the well-being of Talabheim and potentially the wider empire. In the heart of Talabheim, amidst the growing unease caused by the mysterious illness, a breakthrough was made by a local healer who had been tirelessly documenting the spread of the sickness. Through meticulous analysis, a chilling pattern emerged, pointing directly to the city's water supply as a likely conduit for the malady. This discovery prompted the city's authorities to take immediate action, deploying a hunting force composed of local scouts and a force of Talbastan Guard, the regiment that manned the crater wall. These hunters, adept at navigating the dense and treacherous woods surrounding Talabheim, set out with a singular purpose. Their intimate knowledge of the forest's hidden path and secretive byways, honed through years of vigilant defense of the city's borders, guided them swiftly through the wilderness. Upon reaching the water source, the scouts encountered a grotesque scene. A band of chaos cultists, their bodies twisted with mutations and branded with the sickening marks of Nurgle, were caught in the act of corrupting the stream. A sinister chaos cult dedicated to Nurgle, the chaos god of pestilence and decay, usually exploits the vulnerability of those overwhelmed by the grief and despair born from the constant presence of sickness and mortality. In their delusion, these unfortunate souls are led to believe that Nurgle provides a form of salvation, offering either relief from or insight into the scourges of disease and inevitable decay that marks the human condition. Unbeknownst to them, their misguided faith merely strengthens Nurgle's dominion, perpetuating an endless cycle of affliction. The prevalence of different illnesses across the Empire makes uncovering the cults dedicated to Nurgle a challenging task. This difficulty arises not only from their tendency to remain inconspicuous, assimilating seamlessly with the local populace, but also from their habit of constantly relocating to hidden lairs, abandoned places, or somewhere deep in the forests. These strategies enable them to evade detection and continue their nefarious activities, but these damned bastards, most likely the responsible for the strange sickness spreading through the city, had been caught red-handed. A fierce confrontation ensued, pitting the city's bravest against the depravity of the cultists. The Chaos followers, although fanatical, were no match for the disciplined might of Talabheim's defenders. The skirmish ended with the cultists being killed, and 2 of their number captured, along with a cache of documents, weapons, and other damning evidence of their activities. The documents seized from the cultists unveiled a sinister plot far greater than anyone in Talabheim had feared. An invasion was being orchestrated, with the poisoning of the water supply and the dissemination of disease serving as a prelude to weaken Talabheim's formidable defenses. The cultists aimed to sow chaos and despair, softening the city from within to make it vulnerable to their impending assault. Armed with this knowledge, the authorities in Talabheim acted swiftly to address the contamination of the water supply, while also bolstering the city's defenses against the threatened invasion. Through the process of strengthening the city's defences, I was able to witness firsthand why Talabheim was said to be one of the safest places within the Empire. We know that Talabheim was built within a huge shallow crater many miles across, whose outer edge forms a rocky rim and natural wall. This rim wall has been built up and fortified and marks the boundary of the city. The Talabecland is a district within Talabheim that is mainly dedicated to the defences of the city. It stands as the pinnacle of Talabheim's defensive structures. Originating from the natural ramparts of the colossal crater, the rim of defences has undergone continuous reinforcement and enhancement over the centuries by the diligent efforts of the city's military forces. The relentless commitment to fortification has transformed it into an impregnable barrier. The smaller outposts dotting the perimeter of defences are colloquially known as lashes. Each lash is staffed by the dedicated garrison of 30 soldiers, and is armed with an array of nearly a dozen cannons and ballistas. While these positions are well equipped to harry opposing forces attempting to breach the perimeter from both outside and within, their primary role is to serve as an early detection system for any approaching threat to Talabheim. To communicate imminent dangers, these watchposts employ signal rockets, which are launched into the sky in a variety of colours and intensities. The defenders are trained to know what to do in response to each type of signal that is given. The unique combinations of these signals deliver crucial, real-time information to both the defenders and the inhabitants nestled within the protective embrace of the Talabecland, ensuring a swift and coordinated response to any threat. There's also the High Watch, a central fortress that controls the entry into the crater. The Wizard's Way, which is the only road leading to the interior of the crater. The Spearstrasse, which runs along the entire rim of the crater, connecting the watchposts with one another, and the Municipal Entry Office, which acts as the customs office that controls who and what can enter the city. The formidable towers and fortifications encircling Talabheim's crater wall stand vigil, equipped with an impressive arsenal of formidable weaponry. Beyond the familiar silhouettes of great cannons and mortars, which already promise a deadly welcome to any would-be aggressors, there lie the innovative creations of the College of Engineers. These experimental armaments, born from the ingenuity and inventiveness of the Empire's finest minds, add an unpredictable edge to Talabheim's defences, showcasing the city's readiness to blend traditional martial strength with cutting-edge advancements of engineering. The Talabheim military is distinguished by its significant number of archers relative to standard infantry, reflecting its strategic emphasis on ranged combat. This force is renowned for its agility and speed in navigating the dense wooded areas that surround and permeate the city. The majority of its soldiers are drawn from the surrounding forests and glens. Among the footmen that have been trained mostly for melee combat, there is a marked preference for axes and spears over swords, a result of their adaptation to the unique demands of warfare in forested terrain. Founded after a remarkable victory during a crusade, the Knights of the Blazing Sun are dedicated to Myrmidia, the goddess of war. They bear armour and barding of black and gold, or sometimes yellow. A variety of stylized sun symbols are used on banners, and sometimes painted or engraved on barding and armour. These knights have founded their temple in Talabheim. The Knights of the Blazing Sun are a small elite order of Templars devoted to the study and mastery of the science and art of warfare. These knights value ability and accomplishment over all other factors, including noble birth. It is because of this that the order has grown in prosperity, attracting the finest military minds to its banner. A Knight of the Blazing Sun's primary goal is to obtain perfection in the art of war. As such, they travel the old world individually, seeking battle both large and small. All in all, the city of Talabecland stands strong against any invader who would dare to attack it. I was surprised by the many engineering inventions, deadly traps and strategies of defense they had at their disposal. Unfortunately, Audrey was not to survive the strange illness that had her suffering for some time now. Before her untimely death, Audrey, in a moment of profound trust, confided in Wilhelm by giving him a sealed letter, entrusting him with its delivery to her beloved spouse, who resided in the nearby province of Hochland. As Talabecland braced itself against the looming threat of a chaos invasion, Wilhelm found himself entrenched in the crucial tasks of fortifying the city's defences, believing his efforts were indispensable in safeguarding the city. He expressed a heartfelt reluctance to leave, feeling his talents and leadership were needed more than ever to orchestrate the defence against the encroaching darkness. Understanding Wilhelm's dilemma and the weight of the responsibility he bore, I, Dr. Steffan Hoffman, stepped forward. Moved by Audrey's final wish and the deep bond of friendship, I offered to undertake the journey in Wilhelm's stead. It was not just a matter of duty, but a profound obligation to honour Audrey's memory and fulfill her last request. This commitment set my path towards Hochland, a heavily wooded province bounded by the Middle Mountains to the northeast, and adjacent to the lands of Ostland, a province that lives in a state of near constant war. Leaving behind the fortified city of Talabecland and its lingering shadows of conflict, I began on a new leg of my journey. The road to Hochland stretched out before me, leading through the lush expanses of the Empire's heartlands towards a province known for its deep forests, skilled marksmen, and generally friendly people. As I advanced, the landscapes unfolded with a rugged beauty, characterized by dense woodlands and rolling hills. Hochland, known formerly as the Grand Barony of Hochland, stands as one of the original electoral provinces that laid the foundation of the Empire. Nestled in the north-central heart of the Old World, it shares terrain with the rugged expanse of the Middle Mountains, much like its neighbouring province Ostland. The lands within Hochland's borders are characterized by wide stretches of wild, unbridled nature. In the southern reaches of the province, dense canopies of oak and sycamore trees thrive, casting deep shadows over the forest floor, while the northern territories are dominated by towering pines and fragrant cedars. Bands of skilled lumbermen from local guilds venture into these forests, felling the ancient trees with precision, as they learn from a young age. They then meticulously trim the trunks, preparing them to be sent adrift down the rivers. These logs journey downstream, bound for the milling towns of Esk, Bergendorf, Krudenwald, and Hergig, where they will be transformed and readied for their various purposes in the hands of skilled craftsmen and builders. The culinary traditions of Hochland, particularly its renowned dish of fire-roasted venison, have found favour across the Empire's breadth. Yet, aficionados argue that this delicacy reaches the zenith of its flavour when savoured under the expansive, starlit skies of Hochland itself, where the crisp air add an unmatched depth to its taste. Or at least, so they say. At the heart of Hochland's identity are its people, loyal, courageous, and adaptable. The modern inhabitants of Hochland stand as some of the most welcoming and open-minded individuals within the Empire. Their lands serve as a vital nexus point connecting the northern and eastern territories, a role that has imbued them with a remarkable tolerance. This openness, so distinct in comparison to other provinces, is born from a history of interaction and exchange at this crossroads. This is a community that, while skilled in the art of war, prefers the bonds of friendship and understanding. As I made my way to the capital city, Hergig, I was delighted to find that unlike the sprawling metropolises or fortified capitals found elsewhere in the Empire, Hergig presented a more intimate, yet no less significant embodiment of imperial strength and culture. The architecture of Hergig reflected its surroundings and history, with buildings constructed from the timber harvested from the nearby forests. Economically, Hergig thrives on the lumber industry, thanks to the abundant forests that are carefully managed to ensure sustainability over time. It is known that the city's sawmills are among the most productive in the entire empire. Culturally, Hergig is a melting pot of traditions and customs, with festivals and celebrations throughout the year that honor both the imperial pantheon and local deities, particularly Tal and Rhea, the gods of nature. The citizens of Hergig hold a deep respect for the wilderness that surrounds them. Despite its beauty and prosperity, Hergig has not been without its challenges, standing vigilant against the looming threats that the great forest harbor. Marauding beasts roam its peripheries, and the ever-present spectre of chaos incursions cast a long shadow over the city's future. The citizens of Hergig, embodying the resilient spirit of Hochland, are renowned for their exceptional proficiency with the longbow, a skill deeply ingrained in their cultural identity and crucial for their survival. Indeed, Hergig's resilience was put to the ultimate test during a brutal war against the forces of chaos. The city found itself under a horrific siege that culminated in its capture, with great fires ravaging through the old quarters, leaving devastation in their wake. This event marked a dark chapter in Hergig's history, nearly leading to its total destruction. The siege underscored the relentless threat posed by chaos, but it also highlighted the indomitable spirit of Hergig's people, who, despite the odds, began the arduous process of rebuilding, determined to restore their city. Navigating the intricate web of streets that made up this charming city, I found myself at the doorstep of the recipient of Audrey's letter. The name I had been given was Friedrich, a soldier known amongst his peers for his valor and leadership. As I handed him the sealed envelope, my heart felt heavy with the responsibility of delivering Audrey's last words to her beloved. As Friedrich broke the seal and read its contents, a profound sadness washed over his features. The silence that followed was palpable, filled with unspoken grief and the weight of loss. I found myself wanting to ask about the contents of the letter, but I restrained my tongue. Yet within moments, the sorrow of the man transformed into grim resolve. Friedrich, gathering his composure, shared with me the grim news that recent reconnaissance had uncovered. There was a presence of chaos cultists near Hergig. These were not merely marauders, but agents of the very corruption that had claimed Audrey's life. His revelation echoed the horrifying experiences we had endured in Talabecland. Back there, a vile plot by cultists devoted to Nurgle was uncovered, I said. They had been poisoning the rivers, wells, and canals, tainting the water with corruption. It was a sinister effort to weaken the city from within, in preparation for a major attack. I explained how, despite the Talabeclanders' efforts to root out the evil, the main force of the cult remained elusive. I explained how in Talabheim the people were preparing their best defenses for the seemingly upcoming attack, while Friedrich listened intently. It was clear that the news of Audrey's demise and Talabecland's plight resonated with him. Friedrich's response revealed their strategy.
We will not cower behind our walls. We aim to take a different approach. Based on the reports we've gathered, we believe we have a lead on where these agents of decay are festering and where their main force could be. We will not wait for them to strike at our heart. We will take the fight to them and make them pay with their blood.
As Friedrich outlined the strategy and his company began to prepare for the impending assault, I realized my journey had led me to a pivotal moment. The preparation that followed showed the discipline and skill of Friedrich's company. Weapons were checked and rechecked, supplies were gathered, and plans were meticulously reviewed for the battle to come.
It's time for the Empire!
Hochland stands out not just for the verdant expanses of its forests or the skill of its people, but for a unique contribution to the Imperial military arsenal, the Hochland long rifle. This exceptional piece of weaponry, celebrated across the Empire, is often humorously said to be cherished by Hochlanders more dearly than their own spouses. Such jests, though crude and seldom voiced in polite company, underscore a deeper truth about the Hochlanders' valiant spirit. Adapted from the rifles used by the province's esteemed hunters, the Hochland long rifle has altered the landscape of warfare within the Empire. Its ability to strike down enemies from distances previously deemed safe has instilled a sense of fear and respect in adversaries who once underestimated the reach of Imperial sharpshooters. Despite the hefty cost of crafting such a masterpiece, these rifles are occasionally bestowed as awards in the fiercely competitive hunting contests of Talabai, given to exceptional soldiers in Hochland or sold in auctions that can go very high. In the dense, shadowed woodlands of Hochland, Friedrich's company moved with purpose. Among them, and ahead of the main force, was a scout named Alaric, renowned for his unmatched prowess in navigating the treacherous wilderness that was his homeland. It was Alaric who would prove instrumental in uncovering the lurking threat of Nurgle's forces. With a keen eye and a sense honed by years of tracking both game and foe, Alaric detected signs of passage that others might have easily overlooked. Disturbed underbrush, subtle but unnatural foulness tainting the air, and strange footprints. All these clues formed a trail that only the most skilled of scouts could follow. Alaric moved silently, tracing the path that led deeper into the forest. The further he ventured, the more pronounced the signs of the passage of Nurgle's forces had become. It was as if the very forest mourned their presence, the trees wilting and wildfire fleeing from the blight that followed in the plagued forces' wake. After hours of carefully tracking, Alaric found his quarry, hidden within a glade that had been twisted by the touch of Nurgle. Cultists and marauders had made their camp. The scout observed from the shadows, taking note of their numbers and the presence of a figure that stood out among them.
They dare to live on fertile land. Let's take it!
A herald of Nurgle, commanding with a voice that seemed to curdle the air itself. The heralds serve as champions who lead Nurgle's forces with a morbid zeal, carrying out the will of their putrid deity across the lands. Far from being uniform in their grotesque forms and capabilities, the creation of these vile entities is deeply influenced by the dreaded affliction known as Nurgle's rot. The resilience of a mortal against the relentless advance of Nurgle's rot is a perverse measure of their worth in the eyes of the plague god. Those who manage to withstand the affliction's ravages for an extended period are deemed especially valuable. It is from the souls of these tenacious beings that the loathsome heralds of Nurgle are forged. With the information he needed, Alaric slipped away as silently as he had come, leaving no trace of his presence. He returned to Friedrich and his company to report. Friedrich listened intently, his strategic mind already turning Alaric's discovery into a plan of attack. With the location of Nurgle's forces revealed, they would take the fight to the enemy, the resolve hardened by the bravery of one among them who had dared to venture into the darkness and return with valuable information on the enemy. The grim silence enveloped the forested area, as Friedrich's force stood ready in their positions. I saw Hochland's finest were prepared to unleash their firepower on the followers of Nurgle. With a signal from Friedrich, a silent understanding passed among the ranks of the handgunners. In that moment, the forest's natural chorus was drowned out by the thunderous roar of gunfire. The Hochlanders unleashed a devastating barrage, their rifles barking with deadly precision. Bullets tore through the ranks of Nurgle's followers with unforgiving lethality. The air was rent with the sounds of death and confusion, the crack of rifles blending with the cries of the fallen. As Nurgle's forces tried to make sense of what was happening and tried to form up a resistance, I saw the volleys from the Hochlanders were relentless, each shot a death knell for the twisted beings that dared advance upon their lands. The discipline and training of the handgunners shone right through as they reloaded and fired with an almost mechanical rhythm. For every marauder that was cut down, the resolve of the Hochlanders only grew stronger. Yet some Chaos Marauders managed to charge the Hochlanders out of their fury and desperation. As the clash of arms echoed through the forest, an even darker turn of events unfolded. With incantations foul and ancient, the Herald of Nurgle summoned forth a dreaded contingent of plague bearers. Materializing from the miasma of decay, these demonic entities suddenly joined the fray, intensifying the horror of the conflict. Despite our fear and revulsion at the foulness before us, the Hochlanders stood their ground. The battle eventually descended into melee, the clash of steel and demon becoming a storm of violence that tested the mettle of every soldier. The plague bearers, seemingly impervious to pain, advanced with a relentless pace. Amidst the fray, Friedrich, with her leader's acuity, identified the malignant presence that orchestrated the nightmare, the Herald of Nurgle. Recognizing the pivotal moment upon which victory or defeat hinged, Friedrich rallied the men that were still shooting and supporting the other troops, directing their fire towards the mutated Herald. The handgunners adjusted their arm with unified purpose, their rifles trained on the grotesque figure, and opened fire upon it. The moment the Herald of Nurgle fell under the concentrated volley of Hochland rifle fire, the tide of battle shifted irrevocably. The Herald's demise sent shockwaves through the demonic ranks. Their cohesion shattered. Their advance halted as some of them started to disintegrate, as their anchor to the realm of the living had been broken. This critical turn of events, spurred by Friedrich's tactical acumen and the indomitable spirit of his men, marked the beginning of the end for the forces of Nurgle in the region. The battle, though fierce and fraught with peril, was eventually won, thanks to the good aim of the Hochlanders and the devastating blow they had managed to deliver in the opening stages of the fight. The forces of Chaos lost many of their numbers in the opening volleys alone, and the killing of the Herald was the final blow to them.
We'll be back.
In the days that followed, the Hochlanders, along with a small force of men that arrived from Talabecland, gave relentless pursuit to the Nurgle forces that managed to flee the battle. They were tracked through the forests, rivers, caves, and glens of the province. Many cultists and marauders were caught and taken prisoner, while others had to be killed on the spot when they offered too much resistance. All in all, the days that followed marked a triumph for the men of the Empire, but they were also tainted by the corruption that still remained. Poisoned wells, dead cattle, wasted deposits of food that spread disease amongst pockets of the population were just some of the remnants of Nurgle's touch upon the land. Fields once fertile now lay fallow, awaiting purification before they could once again yield their bounty. The wells that had been tainted by the plague were sealed. New sources of water were found to sustain the people and their livestock. The tainted victory served as a somber reminder of the perpetual struggle against chaos, and at least for now, the Hochlanders could heal and restore. The taint had not only marred the landscape, but also twisted the once familiar flora and fauna into grotesque parodies of their natural selves in the entire northernmost region. Not only Hochland and Talabecland. Amidst this turmoil, the Elector Count of Ostland, the neighbouring province, acutely aware of the dire need for understanding and addressing the corruption, turned his eyes towards me, Steffan Hoffman, Doctor of Biology and Zoology. The Elector Count extended an official commission to me. As it turned out, this task was not merely academic. It was a mission of utmost importance, to compile a comprehensive study on the province's flora and fauna, distinguishing the all-natural and untouched specimens from those warped by mutation or chaos corruption. The distinction was crucial, not only for the preservation of Ostland's natural heritage, but also for the formulation of strategies to counteract the spread of corruption. I was honoured and intrigued by the complexity and the challenge presented by this commission. Thus I accepted the task with a thirst for knowledge and, I must admit, a sense of curiosity. I set out for Ostland, preparing to delve into the heart of the wilderness and ready to make a significant contribution to the fight against chaos. As I, Dr. Steffan Hoffman, journeyed northward, the lands began to change before my eyes, ushering me into the borders of Ostland, formerly known as the Grand Principality of Ostland. This province, a venerable member of the founding electoral provinces of the Empire, stands guard over much of the nation's northern frontier. The deeper I ventured into Ostland, the more I became enveloped by the dense woodlands that dominate the landscape. It is a realm where the air is perpetually heavy with a creeping mist, and the light itself seems hesitant to tread. filtering through the boughs above in narrow shafts that barely touch the forest floor. Here the people have carved out a rugged existence, one that demands respect and resilience in equal measure. They live their lives intertwined with the forest, clearing small patches of land for farming amidst the vast wilderness. The inhabitants of Ostland are as hardy as the land they call home. Their lives are almost a daily test of their fortitude. They keep a watchful eye on the dark depths of the forest, ever vigilant against the creatures and perhaps darker forces that lurk within. Legends abound in Ostland, tales of spirits that roam the woods, and ancient entities whose whispers can be heard in the rustling leaves. With their traditions rooted deeply in the lore of the land, the people of Ostland have much to teach about resilience and the human spirit's capacity to adapt to even the most forbidding circumstances. In my travels, I have come to understand that for the denizens of this province, the reality of conflict is pervasive. Ostland's position on the front lines makes it a realm accustomed to the drumbeats of war. The incursions by Chaos warbands and Norscan marauders raiding from the north are not rare events, but a part of common life here. The constant state of vigilance has forged Ostland into a society where military readiness is ingrained in its culture. Much like its neighbours Nordland to the northwest and Middenland to the west, each village, no matter how small, is fortified against attacks, and its people, regardless of their occupation, are well versed in the use of arms. Even the younglings grow up with tales of heroism and valor, learning to hold a sword as soon as they can walk. The harshness of this environment has crafted a populace that values strength and resilience, virtues vital for survival in such a constantly contested land. The militaristic society of Ostland is not born of ambition for conquest, but out of necessity. You see, community leaders double as military commanders, and festivals often celebrate both agricultural harvests and martial prowess. The local militias, known as bordermen, are famed for their fierce independence and formidable fighting skills, often being the first to meet the enemy's charge.
Our festivals here blend the joy of harvest with the clang of sword on shield. We celebrate life and our ability to defend it. Being a borderman isn't just a duty. It's an honour, and we resolve to stand first in line against any threat that dares cross our lands.
Ostlanders are renowned for their remarkable thriftiness and resourcefulness, traits essential for survival in their rugged environment. Their culinary creativity is famously exemplified in the humorous tales of the stone soup of Ostland, a dish reputedly made with a single stone to avoid squandering of good rocks. An empire-wide jest about their economical ways. Now, while clearly an exaggeration, this anecdote highlights the Ostlanders' ability to maximize the utility of every resource at their disposal, reluctant to discard anything that might still hold value. This frugality is deeply ingrained in their culture, though it has occasionally led to historical missteps. For example, the predecessors of von Rokov hesitated to transition to gunpowder weapons, clinging to their trusty swords and spears, out of a reluctance to waste them. Such conservatism, while often a strength, has sometimes delayed the adoption of new technologies to better defend themselves or to make use of better tools for their everyday lives. As I delve deeper into the heart of Ostland, heading towards the capital of the province, I am pleased to feel surrounded by hardy people that have endured many incursions and adversities, but at the same time, a lingering fear hangs to me. as even the land seems to be mysterious and unpredictable. I finally arrived at the capital city, Wolfenburg. Encircled by the ominous yet majestic Forest of Shadows, and nested among the foothills of the Middle Mountains, the city was very different from other capitals of the Empire. Ostland is a land ravaged by war, and at Wolfenburg this is very evident. The city has been invaded more than once by the foul forces of chaos and beastmen, and the marks have even left some areas mutated and twisted to the dark energies that once flew in there. Many people live in camps outside the city, too frightened of what may be lurking in the ruined parts of Wolfenburg. Here I was to begin my mission of cataloguing the natural and the mutated aspects of flora and fauna, as commissioned by the Elector Count of Ostland. A blend of hospitality and wariness was evident in every interaction. They welcomed the pursuit of knowledge, particularly when it promised insights that might protect their lands. The Forest of Shadows, stretching from the borders of Nordland to the banks of the river Talabecland, encapsulates the very essence of Ostland in the minds of many. This vast expanse is not merely a forest. It is an enigmatic domain brimming with forgotten and forbidden secrets. Some of these secrets, buried deep within its heart, predate the Empire itself, hinting at ancient powers and histories that might be better left undisturbed. Navigating the Forest of Shadows is no simple task. The woods are alive, not just with the rustling of leaves and wildlife, but with a palpable resentment towards the intrusion of humans. Even after all this time, when humans first settled this place, the forest seems to not welcome any who wants to make space and live there.
We tell the younglings not to stray too deep into the forest, for it's not just the beasts that hunt there. The shadows themselves move. It's a place of old magic, where the trees watch and remember.
The local lore is rich with tales of the forest's mysterious cunning. It is said that the paths themselves possess a will of their own, shifting and twisting to disorient and ensnare those who dare to trespass with malevolent intent. Many woodsmen and adventurers, drawn by tales of hidden wonders, have felt the forest's eerie watchfulness, and some whisper of paths that have vanished or altered when their backs were turned, as if the forest itself were subtly redrawing the map of its dark, tangled corridors. The woods are a home to a bounty of animals like deer and boar, which attract hunters from across the province. However, these natural inhabitants share their home with more sinister creatures. Giant spiders, large as hounds, spin their webs between the ancient trees, crafting sticky snares not for flies, but for larger prey. Men, dwarfs, and halflings who unwittingly blunder into their traps. Even the vegetation in this forest can prove deadly. Among the most feared is the blood's edge, a type of thorny bramble endowed with a sinister semblance of intelligence. It thrives in the shadowy undergrowth, its vines creeping across the forest floor, waiting for any living thing to come too close. The bloodsedge then ensnares and drains its hapless victims of their blood. Many have died to this unexpected and cruel fate. As this one, many other species are found here. It would be my task for the next few days to classify the different types of flora that exist in Ostland. Now, many of these, I suspect, will be tainted or corrupted in some kind of way or form, as this is the province of the Empire that is in the most contact with the northern tribes of Chaos Marauders, known for their dark rituals and acts of bloodshed that taint the land in the name of the foul Chaos Gods. While I do my research and the extensive work I was appointed to do here, I can dive deeper into what I know about this region. The northernmost coastal towns that are situated near the Sea of Claws are collectively called the Northern March. They stretch from Ehrengrad to the roads of Middenland. These routes generate revenue and traffic of goods and are important to the Grand Prince of Ostland. When it comes to the traffic passing by the Sea of Claws, this has turned out to be way more difficult to attract, as usually ships bypass the coastal towns of Ostland to go directly to more active and bustling ports, like Marienburg, for example. But it is also fair to say that it remains an important maritime route despite its frequent storms that sweep across the surface of the sea. Ships from Marienburg and other bustling northern ports bravely navigate its choppy waters, their sails piercing the misty horizon as they transport goods and passengers to distant lands. The Sea of Claws is in itself a very dangerous place, known for its icy temperatures and tumultuous waves, separating the northern reaches of the Empire from the rugged landscapes of Norska. The sea bears the notorious reputation of being a haven for pirates, drawn to its isolated waters like sharks to blood. The northern towns along the shores of Ostland are perpetually shadowed by the threat of violence from the sea. Pirate ships and Norse longboats manned by fearsome Norscan raiders frequently descend upon these settlements with brutal efficiency. These marauders come with the crashing of waves, their sudden raids leaving a trail of destruction and bloodshed. They strike swiftly, plundering valuables, capturing townsfolk for ransom or slavery, and retreating into the misty sea before local militias can mount an effective defense. For the people of these coastal towns, the sight of a distant sail on the horizon is a harbinger of potential doom, making their lives a constant balance between the prosperous trade and the ever-present risk of devastating raids. While documenting the peculiarities of Ostland's mutated plant life, I find myself increasingly drawn to the thought of travelling to Nordland next. There I vow to explore the dynamic coastline where the Empire meets the cold embrace of the ocean. The persistent threat of Norscan raids along the northern coastline intrigues me, not merely as a matter of how we defend against these hostile incursions, but as how that marks a profound influence on the very fabric of life in these coastal towns. The raids do not only test the physical fortifications, but also the spirit and culture of the communities that dwell within them, I think. These people, constantly touched by conflict, hold lessons in endurance and adaptability. The local customs, celebrations, and even the education of the youth must be profoundly marked by the perpetual state of vigilance, and I intend on exploring these dynamics as soon as I finish my current task. As I concluded my detailed study of Ostland's mutated flora and delivered the completed work, my thoughts turned increasingly towards the north. I bid farewell to the dark woods of Ostland, setting my sights on the shores of Nordland, a province famed not only for its scenic beauty, but also for its precarious position on the front lines of the Empire's defense. As I traveled, the dense forests of Ostland gave way to open skies and the salty tang of the sea air that hinted at the proximity of the ocean. Upon arriving in Nordland, which is officially known as the Grand Barony of Nordland, The sound of waves crashing against the cliffs and the cries of seabirds overhead welcomed me to this storied province. It was here, along these tumultuous shores, that I plan to immerse myself in the local culture, which is heavily influenced by both the bounty and the peril brought by the sea. Renowned throughout the Empire as the home of the Imperial Navy's formidable Second Fleet, Nordland is also distinguished by its coastal highways. These well-maintained roads are not just vital arteries for commerce and travel, but also serve as an important source for revenue to the provincial government through tolls. The tolls collected from these highways are crucial, especially as they provide a secure and reliable route for affluent merchants journeying to and from Marienburg, ensuring both safety and steady income for the province. This strategic use of infrastructure enhances Nordland's economic stability and underscores its crucial role in facilitating trade within the Empire. As I made myself comfortable within the small guest house that would be my home for a couple of days, I was approached by a middle-aged man. He introduced himself as Eric, a local historian who had come across my published works on the Empire's diverse monsters and beasts. With a keen interest in Nordland's unique coastal customs and history, Eric expressed his enthusiasm for sharing his extensive knowledge. We went to the local tavern to share some drinks and laughs as we exchanged facts and experiences we've had as scholars. After some time, he proposed that we explore together, visiting interesting sites and meeting with residents to delve deeper into the rich tapestry of Nordland's maritime heritage. Intrigued by his proposal and eager to enrich my understanding with first-hand insights, I gladly accepted his invitation, looking forward to discovering the stories and tradition woven into the coastal life of Nordland. The very next day, I was ready to explore Nordland, with Eric as my guide. We began our journey at dawn, the salty sea air fresh and invigorating, promising a day rich in learning. Our first destination was the bustling fish market of a small harbour town where locals bartered vigorously over the day's catch. The market was made of a variety of colours and sound, filled with fishers recounting tales of the sea. Geographically, the most significant shoreline in the realm, and the northernmost province of the Empire, is Nordland. It is an isolated and sparsely populated area with undulating hillsides and dense forests juxtaposed against the barren shoreline. The rugged people of Nordland are well acquainted with the realities of coastal life. As autumn deepens and winter takes hold, thick fog shrouds the coast, and fierce storms frequently lash against the shores. These conditions make it a challenging location for the Imperial fleet, which has been compelled to establish a base here since Marienburg's secession from the Empire. As I learned more, Eric led me through narrow streets lined with ancient cottages, each adorned with maritime relics that spoke of generations tied to the ocean. We visited an old shipbuilder whose family had been crafting vessels for centuries. He shared his insights on the evolution of shipbuilding techniques, pointing out the changes that had been adapted to combat the increasingly treacherous waters caused by shifting sea patterns.
My family has been building ships for generations, and I've seen a lot of changes in the past few decades. The seas become more unpredictable, more treacherous. We've had to adapt our techniques with stronger hulls, better balance, and sails that can withstand the fiercest gales.
Schaffen, a town that has risen to prominence in recent years, exploits the province's plentiful lumber resources to fuel a growing shipbuilding industry. This burgeoning enterprise is crucial for constructing vessels robust enough to resist the tides of the sea and to counter the relentless Norscan raiders threatening from the north. Dieterschafen now serves as the principal anchorage for the fleet, reinforcing Nordland's determination to defend its waters and maintain its maritime prowess. When they are at their best, Nordlanders are strong, uncomplicated and truthful people who despise the slurred words of politicians, poets and sentimental Reiklanders. It is considered that the people of this province are among the most outspoken and candid in the entire empire. It appears that they are devoid of all nuance, grace, or, as some would say, common sense. Some provinces make the observation that this is the result of Nordlanders' lack of intelligence.
I've spent my life on the sea, battling its whims and facing the dangers it hides. I've encountered Norscan raiders more times than I care to remember. And once, I even had to fight one of those big, muscled savages. It was a brutal, desperate struggle on a stormy night. And it's a miracle I'm here to tell the tale. Nowadays, I steer clear of those long voyages. I prefer the quieter life, fishing in the calmer waters and trading whatever goods come my way at the local market. Let the younger folk dream of glory, Norscan kills. I see them, gathering the tavern, swapping tales and boasting of feats they've yet to achieve. They don't yet understand the true peril of facing those warriors. It's not a game, and the sea is no place for fantasies.
Eric and I spent the rest of the day with a group of elder fishermen who shared stories of legendary storms and famous catches, their narratives enriched with superstitions and respect for the sea. Salzemund, the capital city of the electoral province of Nordland and a principality of the empire in its own right, rests among hills from which flow the tributaries that join to form the river Salz, from which the city gets its name. It is said by the locals that the Elector Count can see the whole of his province from the window of his throne room, which faces west. In the heart of the town, the most prominent landmark is undoubtedly the Temple of Ulrich. This ancient structure, constructed entirely of wood, has impressively withstood the test of time for over 2,000 years. Many who gaze upon it note a striking resemblance to the archaic temples found in Norska, leading to speculations that it was originally erected under the influence of barbarian migrations and conquests from an earlier era. This theory gains credence from the fact that many Nordlanders can trace their lineage back to Norscan ancestry. Salzemund proudly hosts the esteemed Nordland Silversmith Guild, which oversees the trade of both finished silver goods and ingots crafted from ore mined in the nearby Silver Hills. The silversmiths of this area have earned a reputation for their exceptional craftsmanship, producing works of such high quality that they are sought after even in the distant lands like Estalia. The guild plays a crucial role in the local economy, ensuring that the silver trade flourishes and that the exquisite artistry of the local smiths continues to shine across the old world. In Ostland, the Forest of Shadows is synonymous with evil and terror, a perception that the people of Nordland share wholeheartedly. Since the onset of the Great War against Chaos, sightings of beast men and chaos mutants have become disturbingly common, adding to the forest's dark reputation. Additionally, tales of predatory giant spiders lurking in the depths of the woods have only intensified the fear. Nowadays, lumbering parties rarely dare to venture far into the forest without the protection of at least a battalion of armed soldiers. This increased danger has reduced the timber harvest, dealing a severe blow to the local economy. This decline has not only strained resources, but also stirred some unease among the populace. In the taverns and marketplaces, whispers of discontent grow louder. Many believe that the Count is failing to fulfill his duties, unable to protect his own people from the creeping beasts that from time to time come from the forest. But many would argue that this is not the case. It is just that many of the valuable military resources are being spent on dealing with a more sinister threat. As the days in Nordland unfolded, my fascination with its maritime culture only deepened. However, the sea was not the only guardian of this rugged province. My curiosity soon turned to Nordland's military defenses. Eric, ever the knowledgeable guide, led me to several key defensive structures that dotted the coastline. Massive stone watchtowers and fortified barracks were strategically positioned to provide early warnings and facilitate quick responses to any seaborne incursions coming from the Sea of Claws. The troops of Nordland, renowned for their discipline and bravery, are an essential part of the province's defense. They march on disciplined ranks when the invasions that come from the sea are too big, or when the wider empire calls for their aid when dark times shadow the lands of men. The characteristic blue and yellow uniforms of their province are worn by the state troops of Nordland, which comprise the Nordland Marines. The local militias, known for their fierce independence, often supplement the regular troops, bringing with them an intimate knowledge of the terrain and a personal stake in the defense of their own homes and people. I learned about the innovative strategies employed by Nordland's military commanders, who adapted their tactics to the unique challenges posed by their coastal geography. Amphibious maneuvers, rapid response teams, and coordinated assaults from both land and sea were all part of their playbook. I learned that in this province, the emphasis is on flexibility and swift, decisive action, qualities necessary to counter the unpredictable threats of Norscan raiders and other hostile forces.
I've faced the savage Norskins more times than I can count. Those raids are brutal, coming at us like a storm from the sea. I've seen their wild eyes and felt the bite of their axes, but we stand our ground, always. The sea may be their ally, but these shores are ours, and we fight with everything we've got to keep them safe.
The Norscan raiders, fierce and unyielding, have long been a scourge upon the coastal cities and settlements of Nordland, and the people of the Empire in general. Originating from the harsh and unforgiving lands of Norska, these marauders are driven by a combination of necessity, culture, and ambition. The barren, icy expanses of their homeland offer scant resources, compelling them to seek wealth and sustenance through plunder. Apart from that, they also seek the approval of their dark gods through acts of violence and savagery, as they are heavily influenced and corrupted by the winds of magic that often go through Norska and then flow to the more southern regions of the land. The coastal settlements of Nordland, with their relative prosperity and strategic importance, present tantalizing targets for these raiders. Rich in resources such as timber, fish, and trade goods, these towns are often less fortified than the Empire's inland cities, making them more vulnerable to sudden, brutal attacks. The raiders strike swiftly, their longships cutting through the icy waters with silent efficiency, often launching their assaults under the cover of darkness or amidst the chaos of a storm. For the Norskins, these raids are not only a means of survival, but also a cultural tradition steeped in valor and ferocity. Success in raiding is seen as a mark of honor and prowess, earning warriors glory and respect within their clans and, according to them, the eyes of their gods. Additionally, the chaos and disruption sown by these attacks are a form of psychological warfare, intended to weaken the resolve of their enemies and spread fear throughout the coastal regions. The Norskan raids have far-reaching consequences for Nordland. Each attack leaves a trail of destruction, with homes and ships burned, supplies stolen, and lives lost. The constant threat of these incursions necessitates a state of perpetual vigilance among the coastal communities, and this has shaped the Nordlanders heavily in their way of living. Defensive measures, such as fortified watchtowers, rapid response militias, and well-trained naval forces, have become integral to the daily lives of the locals. Despite these precautions, the unpredictability and ruthlessness of the Norskan raiders ensures that no settlement is ever truly safe. The people of Nordland, hardened by generations of conflict, continue to endure and adapt, their resilience becoming a defining characteristic to the province. The ongoing struggle against the Norskan menace underscores the harsh reality of life on the Empire's northern frontier, where the line between prosperity and peril is thin indeed. Having thoroughly explored the coastal province of Nordland, with its maritime culture and resilient people, I say goodbye to Eric, who has been more than kind to me on this part of my journey. As I turn to start my trip back home, I find myself at the middle of this journey, and I can only feel grateful for everything I've learned so far. The knowledge and experiences gained so far have not only deepened my understanding of the Empire's diverse regions, but also strengthened my resolve to continue. Ahead lies the heart of the Empire. A land of ancient forests and enduring traditions. Middenland is a land steeped in strength, home of the great city of Middenheim, the city of the White Wolf. Here I will delve into the ancient woodlands, uncover the tales of the formidable Tutagen Guard, and witness the enduring influence of Ulrich, the god of winter, wolves, and war. As my journey progressed, I couldn't help but reflect on the stark contrasts between the provinces I had already explored and the new terrain that lay ahead. As I travelled further to my destination, the transition from the salty sea air to the crisp, cool winds of the inland was palpable as I continued following the well-trodden paths that wound through the Empire's heartland. Middenland is a founding electoral province that lies in the north-central region of the Empire. It is renowned for its rugged terrain, vast and ancient forests, as well as formidable cities. Dominated by the imposing Drockwald Forest, the province's landscape is a mix of dense woodlands and rolling hills. Its importance within the lands of men rivals that of Reikland and Talabecland. Middenland hopes to continue its tradition of producing numerous emperors for the realm, as has been the case through the history of the Empire. Middenland is regarded as the genuine voice of the North when local crises pose a threat to the realm. Middenland comprises a vast swath of territory stretching from the River Reik and the Great Northern Road of the Wasteland in the west and southwest, and Hochland and the Middle Mountains to the east. Economically, Middenland benefits from its rich natural resources. The Drackwald Forest provides timber and other valuable materials, while the province's fertile lands support agriculture. Trade routes passing through Middenland connected to other regions of the Empire, facilitating commerce and cultural exchange, thanks to its relatively central position in the realm. Overall, Middenland is a province that embodies the spirit of humanity, resilient, fierce, and deeply rooted in tradition. Its strategic importance, both military and economically, makes it a crucial part of the Empire's overall stability and strength. A sheer-sided pinnacle of white rock rises above the dismal canopies of the Drackwald Forest, and upon it rests the fortress city-state of Middenheim, the capital of Middenland and the revered city of the White Wolf, which happens to be the holy symbol of Ulrich. The White Wolf is the imperial deity for war, winter, and wolves. The great city of Middenheim regards itself as on par with the biggest and most prosperous cities of the Empire, such as Nuln or Altdorf. The city's architecture reflects its rich history and cultural heritage. Stone buildings with steep roofs, interesting carvings, and sturdy fortifications dominate the city's skyline. Education and scholarship play a significant role in Middenheim. The Collegium Theologica, a renowned center of learning, attracts scholars and students from across the Empire. Here, the teachings of Ulrich are studied alongside other academic pursuits, fostering a culture of intellectual rigor and curiosity. But what stands the most about this city is the formidable defenses it has. Middenheim's reputation as an impregnable fortress city is well earned, thanks to its imposing defenses and strategic location. Perched atop the Ulrichsberg, a massive rocky outcrop, the city benefits from natural and man-made fortifications that make it nearly invulnerable to siege and assault. High, thick walls encircle the city, reinforced by towers and battlements that offer panoramic views of the surrounding terrain, providing vantage points for archers and artillery. The most significant natural defense of Middenheim is the Ulrichsberg itself. This towering plateau, accessible only by a few narrow and well-guarded roads, provides a steep and challenging ascent for any would-be invaders. A few entrances to Middenheim are heavily fortified gates, each a stronghold in its own right. These gates are equipped with portcullises, drawbridges, and murder holes, small openings through which defenders can pour boiling oil or shoot arrows at attackers. The gates are designed to be choke points, allowing defenders to focus their efforts and repel large forces with relative ease. Beneath the city lies a network of tunnels and catacombs. Originally intended for storage and transportation, these subterranean passages have been fortified and can be used for strategic troop movements, allowing defenders to appear unexpectedly behind enemy lines in times of siege. These tunnels also serve as escape routes or avenues for surprise counterattacks. Middenheim is equipped with an array of powerful artillery and siege engines, including catapults, ballistae, and cannons. These weapons are strategically positioned along the walls and towers, providing considerable firepower against approaching forces. The city's engineers constantly maintain and improve these engines, ensuring that they are always ready for action when needed. Middenheim's impregnable status is a result of a combination of natural advantages, robust fortifications, and strategic military preparedness. Its defenses are designed to repel and withstand any assault, making it one of the most, if not the most, secure and resilient city within the Empire. While traversing the city and exploring its corners and points of interest, I asked a few citizens about how they felt about the place.
As a lifelong resident of Middenheim, I can confidently say there's no place safer in the Empire. The formidable walls and watchful eyes of our guards give us a peace of mind that few others know. My father often tells tales of our ancestors who helped build these very fortifications, and my younglings grow up with the knowledge that they are protected by the best warriors, engineers, and priests that this realm has to offer. Every morning we hear the distant clanging of the blacksmith's hammer and the disciplined marching of the Totogen Guard, reminding all of us of the city's unyielding strength. We are proud to be a part of a community that stands strong against any threat, knowing that the resilience and the spirit of Middenheim will always protect us and our way of life. As our Elector Count confidently says, as long as the fire of the Great Temple lasts, our city will never fall.
Middenheim is also home to the Great Temple of Ulrich, where the eternal flame burns as a symbol of the god's enduring power. I was intrigued to learn more about Ulrich as a deity, so I inquired about it. I quickly learned that the people of Middenland are deeply connected to their traditions and the worship of Ulrich. Festivals and rituals honoring the god are central to their cultural identity, reflecting their reverence for strength, courage, and endurance. The harsh winters of Middenland have shaped its inhabitants into hardy individuals, accustomed to surviving and thriving in challenging conditions. The cult of Ulrich is one of the oldest cults, having existed long before Sigmar Heldenhammer, the first emperor and the one who founded the empire. The cult of Ulrich is second only to the cult of Sigmar in terms of strength and influence, and it is officially approved and supported by the wider Empire of Man. As we know, the symbol of Ulrich is the majestic white wolf, a creature revered and respected by his followers. Devotees of Ulrich often don wolf pelts as cloaks, each taken from an animal they have personally slain, adhering to the gods' strictures of personal strength and valor. Ulrich is typically depicted as a towering warrior, reminiscent of the ancient tribes who once founded the empire. His long hair flows freely, untouched by any binding, and his thick beard is dusted with frost, most likely showcasing his dominion over the winter. Wearing the blue and white colors of the city-state, a formidable army fortifies the impregnable walls of the city and relentlessly monitors the streets. Middenland's military might is formidable, with the province boasting some of the Empire's finest warriors. The Teutogen Guard, elite soldiers sworn to protect the High Priest of Ulrich, are among the most respected and feared troops in the Empire. Clad in heavy armor and wielding massive warhammers, these guards embody the martial prowess and fierce loyalty that define Middenland's military. The province's armies are well trained and equipped, consisting of a mix of infantry, archers, and cavalry. The infantry, often clad in wolf pelt and bearing the symbol of Ulrich, are known for their steadfastness and ability to hold the line against overwhelming odds. Archers and crossbowmen provide crucial support, their skills honed by years of practice in the dense forests of the Drakewald. Middenland's cavalry, though less numerous than those of some other provinces, are fiercely effective, using the terrain to their advantage and executing swift, decisive strikes against enemy forces. In addition to its regular troops, Middenland relies on local militias and town guards to defend its numerous settlements. These forces, though not as heavily armoured or disciplined as the standing army, are deeply committed to the defence of their homes and families. Their ultimate knowledge of the local terrain makes them invaluable in skirmishes and guerrilla warfare. The city's defences are further bolstered by its formidable artillery, including catapults, ballistae and cannons positioned along the walls and towers. These weapons, manned by skilled engineers and soldiers, are capable of repelling even the most determined sieges. The defenders of Middenheim are always prepared, with stores of provisions and weapons maintained to withstand prolonged assaults.
As a lifelong resident of this place, I've always admired the logistics that keep our city strong and secure. My husband works in the supply depot, ensuring that the stores of provisions and weapons are meticulously maintained. The defenders of the city are always prepared for any threat, with enough supplies to withstand even the longest of sieges or harsh winters. I've seen firsthand the detailed records he keeps and the relentless efforts of his team to stockpile food, water, and ammunition. It's a daunting task, but it's what keeps our city safe. Every night, as we sit down to dinner, I take pride in knowing that our efforts behind the scenes play a crucial role in our city's daunting defense.
Within the province of Middenland, one can easily find the Drakewald Forest, which is a huge and ancient forest running from the edge of the wasteland to the far end of the province of Hochland. As one of the largest and oldest woodlands in the Empire, it stretches across vast swathes of Middenland, casting its dense, shadowy canopy over the landscape. Known for its thick undergrowth and ancient towering trees, the forest is a place of both beauty and peril. It is home to a myriad of creatures, from the mundane to the monstrous, and serves as a natural barrier against invaders. The forest's reputation for harboring malevolent forces is well earned, and it has been the site of countless battles and skirmishes throughout history. Despite mankind's best efforts to establish settlements within its depths, the forest maintains an enigmatic and unforgiving realm, fiercely guarding its many secrets. Hidden within the shadows of its ancient trees, dangers abound. In the days of the ancient tribes and the early empire, dragons would emerge from these dark woods. Yes, dragons, spreading terror and destruction. These primeval creatures, with their fearsome presence, were a constant reminder of the peril that lurked within the forest's heart. Now, rumors of dragons lurking in the forest have majorly stopped, but some say there are foolhardy treasure hunters that often venture into the depths of the Dracworld, driven by tales of untold riches hidden within a lost dragon's lair. They seek not only the legendary hoards of gold and jewels, but also the fabled dragon eggs, which are said to remain forever fertile, requiring only immense heat to hatch. These daring adventurers risk everything for the chance to uncover such mythical treasures, something that would undoubtedly change their fortunes and their lives. They are majorly undeterred by the dangers that lurk in the shadowy heart of the forest, and so they meet their end within the damned forest in one way or another. While many of the dangers that are said to lurk in the Dracworld are often classified as legends or rumors, there is a fair share of dire threats that have been confirmed to live in the dark forest. A sinister threat lurks among the shadows. The perilous goblin tribes. These malevolent creatures, cunning and relentless, have carved out their own domains within the dense, tangled undergrowth. The goblins rely on their numbers, trickery, and terrifying beasts that they command. Among the most feared of these tribes are the ones who ride atop monstrous spiders, their eerie chittering mounts blending seamlessly with the forest's dark canopy. These spider-riding goblins are expert in ambush, dropping silently from the trees onto unsuspecting travelers and hunters. Their venomous companions strike swiftly and surprisingly quickly for their size, injecting paralyzing toxins that leave their victims helpless and at the mercy of the goblins' cruel whims. But even more terrifying are the tribes that command the giant Arachnarok spiders. These colossal beasts, with their thick armored exoskeletons and many gleaming eyes, are living nightmares that can crush a man with a single swipe of their massive legs. The goblins have a symbiotic relationship with these monstrous creatures, constructing crude howdahs on their backs, from which they launch their attacks. The Arachnarok spider can carry an entire war party into battle, and its immense size allows it to plow through the forest with unstoppable force. The lairs of these goblin tribes, hidden deep within the darkest part of the woods, are filled with stolen treasures and the bones of countless victims. Venturing into their territory is a perilous endeavor, as even the most skilled warriors can find themselves outmatched by their sheer savagery and numbers of the goblins and their fearsome arachnid allies. For those who live near the borders of the Dracworld forest, the constant threat of goblin raids and spider ambushes is a part of everyday life, a peril that has shaped the resilience and wariness of the people of Middenland. Deep beneath the forest's eaves, beastmen lurk, the twisted and mutated descendants of raiders from ancient times. These savage creatures breed and bide their time, occasionally launching vicious attacks on lone farms or unsuspecting groups of travelers. Their assaults are sporadic, yet each one is a grim reminder of the lurking threat they pose to the ones who live or travel too close to the depths of the forest. The nobles and burghers of the province periodically organize expeditions to eradicate these foul beings. Yet the beastmen, with their cunning and ferocity, always manage to flee deeper into the forest if they feel threatened. There they wait, regrouping and growing in number, ever patient for the day chaos will rise to claim it all and crush the civilization of mankind. The beastmen have claimed the deepest, most impenetrable sections of the Dracwald Forest as their domain. These areas, shrouded in perpetual twilight and dense undergrowth, provide perfect cover for these master ambushers. Their intimate knowledge of the forest's labyrinthine paths and hidden groves makes them nearly impossible to root out completely. They blend seamlessly into the dense foliage, lying in wait to strike unsuspecting intruders with brutal ferocity. The dense canopy and tangled roots of the Dracwald serve as a natural fortress for these creatures, making any attempt to exterminate them a perilous and often futile endeavor. Despite the best efforts of the province's finest warriors and hunters, the beastmen endure, and some consider them to be a part of the Dracwald Forest by this point. Despite its dangers, however, the Dracwald maintains a vital resource for the region, providing timber and other valuable resources for the entire region.
I've always been terrified of venturing too deep into the Dracwald Forest. It's a place where shadows move and dangers lurk behind every tree. I've lost 2 family members to that cursed forest, my brother and my cousin. Both went in, daring to explore its depths, and neither returned. The forest took them, just like it takes so many others. My brother was only a youngling back then, full of bravado and dreams of hidden treasures. My cousin, a skilled hunter, thought he knew the woods well enough to survive its perils. But the forest is unforgiving, and it swallows even the bravest souls. Now every time I hear the wind rustle through the trees, I'm reminded of their loss and the cruel, untamed heart of that forest.
The Middle Mountains are a rugged and desolate range that borders several of the Empire's northern provinces. Although not abundantly rich in minerals, these mountains still yield enough iron and silver ore to sustain several mining operations. The terrain is harsh and unforgiving, home to a few green-skinned tribes, stone trolls, and other creatures. For the dwarfs, the Middle Mountains hold great significance. Scattered among the peaks are numerous lost holds, remnants of ancient dwarf settlements. Legend has it that Nordberg, the highest peak in the range of the Middle Mountains, is the site where the dwarf god Grimnir made a heroic sacrifice, a tale that continues to inspire reverence and awe among the dwarf people. The mountains, with their stark beauty and hidden dangers, remain a place of both opportunity and peril, steeped in history and myth. As I conclude my exploration of Middenland and the city of the White Wolf, with its imposing fortifications and resilient people, my journey now leads me to the heart of the Empire. Reikland. Ah, this province, renowned for its bustling trade routes and the majestic city of Altdorf, promises a wealth of new discoveries and insights. Westernmost of the Empire's great provinces, Reikland is the seat of imperial power and the richest, most cosmopolitan province in all of the Empire. The allure of the Reik River, the lifeblood of the Empire, and the vibrant cultural diversity of Reikland are too enticing to resist. With a mixture of anticipation and excitement, I prepare to venture to the next province and closer to home, eager to immerse myself in the rich history and dynamic life of Reikland. My journey continues, and with it, the promise of uncovering more secrets and stories that shape our vast and wondrous world. Leaving the fortified city of the White Wolf behind, I embarked on my journey to Reikland, eager to discover what the heart of the Empire has to offer. The path led me through dense forests where ancient trees stood tall and proud, their leaves seemingly whispering secrets of the past. The journey was, thankfully, mostly uneventful, allowing me time to reflect on the stories and experiences I had gathered thus far. As I traveled, I encountered the occasional woodsman or merchant caravan, reminding me that civilization was not too far away. Reikland is one of the original provinces established during the founding of the Empire under its first emperor, Sigmar Heldenhammer. For the citizens of the Empire, Reikland, which is also officially known as the Grand Principality of Reikland, is more than just a province. It is the very essence of the Empire of Man. Culturally, politically, economically, militarily, and religiously, Reikland is seen as the center of imperial life, shaping its traditions and beliefs that resonate throughout the entire realm. Its influence permeates every aspect of the Empire's existence, making it a symbol of unity and strength in the eyes of its people.
What better place in the Empire is there, I ask you? In this province, we enjoy the most fertile fields, producing crops that feed not only our people but also other parts of the Empire. Our vineyards yield the finest wines, worthy of an emperor's table, and our rolling hills are dotted with the most beautiful palaces. The art and music we have are unmatched, and the women here are indeed the fairest in all the lands, possessing both grace and wit. When I stroll through the manicured gardens of my estate, watching the sun set over the river, I cannot help but feel a deep pride in our land. Honestly, if you ask me, should the rest of the Empire vanish, I would not miss it, for everything a man could desire is right here.
Upon reaching the borders of Reikland, I was greeted by the sight of rolling hills and lush valleys. Not only that, but I also saw the province's fertile lands and prosperous settlements, which are steeped in history and tradition, with monuments and landmarks that pay homage to the Empire's past. The province is dotted with picturesque villages and towns, each with its own unique charm and character. Reikland, with its thriving towns and bustling trade routes, is the place where the Empire's pulse beats strongest. The people of Reikland are known for their resilience and adaptability, having faced numerous challenges throughout history. They are known for their industriousness, sophistication, and cultural vibrancy, which sets them apart from other provinces. As the inhabitants of one of the most prosperous regions in the Empire, Reiklanders are often seen as forward-thinking, embracing progress and innovation, while also maintaining a deep respect for tradition and history. Living in a province that hosts the Empire's capital, Altdorf, the people of Reikland are exposed to a wide array of cultures, ideas, and goods from across the whole old world. The cosmopolitan environment has made Reiklanders more open-minded and adaptable compared to their counterparts in more isolated provinces. The nobility of Reikland wields significant influence, with many prominent families playing crucial roles in the Empire's politics and society. The nobles often act as patrons of the arts and benefactors of public works, enhancing their status and legacy. The common people, including craftsmen, merchants, and laborers, are organized into guilds that provide structure and support. These guilds hold substantial power in urban areas, representing the interests of their members and contributing to the province's governance and economy. The Reik River, a vital artery of commerce and travel, winds its way through the province, connecting towns and cities and bringing prosperity to its inhabitants. Its waters carry goods from distant lands, feeding the bustling markets that dot the riverside towns. These markets are the ideal place where merchants from across the empire and beyond gather to trade wares, exchange stories, and share the latest news from far-off regions. As I wandered through one such marketplace, the buzz of haggling filled my ears. Stalls overflowed with everything and anything, from finely woven textiles to gleaming weaponry. You could find it all here. And it was here, amidst the colourful chaos, that I stumbled upon a stall most curious. Nestled between a bookseller and a jeweller, this strange gaggle of finely propped up velvets and silks had its elegantly crafted tables adorned with intricately carved dice, game pieces, detailed maps, and beautifully illustrated rule books. The store owner was as peculiar as the stall itself, for indeed I found him to be a high elf from the far-off land of Ostland. He had the genial nature of a typical merchant and the shrewd mind of a true high elf, for he cleverly noticed my interest in his wares and invited me to take a closer look. As we spoke, he introduced me as a game master and keen enthusiast of moss, stone, and steel, an original medieval dark fantasy roleplay game inspired primarily by ancient and medieval European mythology and history, all intertwined with a unique, fun, and simple game system to invite players, both new and experienced, to immerse themselves in a predominantly low-magic, dark fantasy setting to adventure within. Awaiting you are a range of playable races, both familiar and original, along with a trait-based leveling system to increase your chances of survival against the countless perils that await you. Moss, stone, and steel is also tailored to be malleable enough for players to utilize the system for their own setting. If you want to know more and have a sneak peek on what to expect as well as what is to come, check out the game's website in the link in the description. The province of Reikland is home to the capital city of Altdorf, a status it has proudly held since the reign of Wilhelm III, Prince of Altdorf, who ascended to the throne nearly a century ago. This is now where the Emperor himself resides. Altdorf is a sprawling metropolis of grand architecture, renowned universities, and bustling markets that attract people from all corners of the old world. This city, steeped in history and tradition, stands as the heart of imperial power. Nestled along the banks of the River Reik, it is the largest and most influential city in the empire, home to a diverse population that includes nobles, merchants, scholars, and artisans from across the lands. Altdorf is a city where the past and present intertwine, with ancient structures standing alongside new developments.
As a noble in the city, life is a delicate balance between tradition and innovation. This place, as the seat of imperial power, offers a unique blend of old world charm and new world thinking. With that comes the responsibility to uphold our legacy while embracing new ideas. We are tasked with balancing the rich history that has been passed down through generations with the demands of a rapidly changing world. The soirees and salons we attend are not just social gatherings, but hubs of intellectual exchange, where the brightest minds come together to discuss and debate the next wave of political and cultural thought. It's in these grand rooms, adorned with varied artifacts and lit by chandeliers, that the future of the Empire is often charted. Our discussions are fueled by the belief that we must shape the future while honoring the past. We draw inspiration from the tales of our ancestors, who laid the foundations upon which we build today, and strive to create a legacy worthy of remembrance. Here in the heart of the Empire, we live with a foot in both worlds, working tirelessly to ensure that this city remains a symbol of progress and stability in the old world.
The Imperial Palace. A stunning architectural marvel, dominates the cityscape and serves as an official residence of Karl Franz. Here the Emperor holds court. It is where decisions affecting the entire Empire are made, and where diplomats and emissaries from distant lands come to negotiate and seek alliances. Altdorf is also a thriving economic centre, with its bustling marketplaces and busy docks teeming with goods from all corners of the Old World. This city's strategic location on the Reik River facilitates trade and commerce. The Reichsport, nestled on the bustling shores of Altdorf, is the proud home of the First Fleet of the Imperial Navy. This deep-water harbour provides a safe haven for ocean-going vessels to dock and unload their precious cargoes. The harbour bustles with activity as sailors, merchants and dock workers converge, ensuring the smooth flow of goods from distant lands to the heart of the Empire. Altdorf's economy is further bolstered by its skilled craftsmen and artisans, who produce everything from fine textiles and exquisite jewellery to sturdy weapons and armour. Altdorf is also renowned for its educational institutions, most notably the Imperial Colleges of Magic and the Imperial University, one of the most prestigious centres of learning in the Old World. Scholars and students from across the Empire come to study a wide range of disciplines, from alchemy and engineering to history and magic. The city's libraries are vast repositories of knowledge, housing countless tomes and manuscripts that chronicle the Empire's history and the wider world. I personally know many scholars, many of whom I would consider friends, from these institutions, and we have shared our knowledge and experiences throughout the years.
In Altdorf, the libraries are sanctuaries for the curious and the wise. Working here, among the countless books and scrolls, I see the power of knowledge every day. Scholars come from afar to delve into the mysteries of the world, and the minds that gather here are always eager to learn more, always showing enthusiasm with the promise of discovery. Whether it's an ancient tome or a modern treatise, Altdorf is a beacon for those who seek enlightenment and the thrill of uncovering secrets long buried.
But not everything is as nice as it may seem on the surface. The wealth flowing through Altdorf's gate and the political intrigues unraveling within its grand courts foster a seedy underbelly, rife with danger and deception. Beneath its bustling facade lies a den of thieves, corrupt city officials, and deadly assassins, all thriving in the shadows. Chaos cultists gather in secret under the cover of darkness, ever wary of the relentless witch hunters and inquisitors who prowl the streets in search of heresy. There are certain alleyways and districts where even the city watch dares not tread after sunset, fearful of an unexpected dagger between their shoulder blades. Here, amidst the flickering lanterns and echoing footsteps, a darker side of Altdorf comes to life. One that challenges the very foundations of the Empire's might and prosperity.
As a watchman patrolling these streets, I've come to know the city in all its glory and shadows. My duties take me from the marketplaces, where the air is filled with the clamor of merchants and the chatter of crowds, to the quieter alleys, where the real work begins. This is a city of contrasts, and while its streets can be lively and welcoming, they can also turn dangerous after dark. In the daytime, I often find myself weaving through throngs of people in the plaza, greeting familiar faces and keeping an eye out for pickpockets. The aroma of fresh-baked bread mingles with the scent of exotic spices, and there's an infectious energy in the air. Yet, as night falls, the city reveals its darker side. I've had run-ins with thieves, smugglers, and worse in the shadowy back streets. There are certain places where even we tread cautiously, such as the docklands, where shady deals happen in the dead of night, and the fog can hide all manner of sins. It's in these moments that I feel the weight of my duty most acutely. Some nights as I walk my beat, I remember my father, who was a watchman before me, and the stories he would tell about keeping the city safe. His words guide me as I patrol, ever vigilant, knowing that I'm part of a legacy of protection. It can be a challenging job, filled with moments of uncertainty and danger. But knowing that we're the first line of defense in this city keeps us vigilant. At the end of my shift, as the sun begins to rise and the city stirs back to life, I feel some relief in having contributed to the safety and order of the place, ensuring the citizens can go about their lives with peace of mind.
The current Grand Prince of Reikland is Karl Franz I, who also holds the prestigious title of Emperor, and one who I personally admire. His leadership and iron grip during hard times has proven effective at maintaining the Empire safe, relatively speaking, of course. Karl Franz possesses significant legal powers that enable him to effectively govern and protect the province. In times of crisis, he has the authority to raise emergency taxes, ensuring that the necessary resources are available to address any threats or challenges. Additionally, he holds the power to mint coins, providing financial stability and reinforcing the economic strength of the region. His legal rights also include the ability to call a High Steward's Court, a crucial tool for maintaining order and justice within the province of Reikland. Furthermore, as the Commander-in-Chief of Reikland's State Army, Karl Franz can personally lead his troops into battle, or appoint a trusted officer to command in his stead, ensuring the province's military might is always ready to defend its interests. Any decree issued by the Emperor outside of his established powers must be first ratified by the Reikland Diet, an assembly composed of his noble vassals. These vassals hold sway over the lands collectively known as the Reikland Estates, serving as a crucial part of the region's governance. Meanwhile, much of the day-to-day administration and management of the Grand Prince's responsibilities are actually overseen by the Reikland Council. This council, made up of experienced advisors and officials, ensure that the affairs of Reikland run smoothly, allowing the Grand Prince to focus on broader issues of leadership and strategy. As a leader, Karl Franz has proven himself to be a consummate man, navigating the complex political landscape of the Empire with skill and determination. Known for his charisma and statesmanship, he has managed to unite the often fractious provinces of the Empire under a single banner, fostering a sense of unity and shared purpose among its diverse peoples. Despite his diplomatic duties, Karl Franz is a seasoned warrior who has led his armies into battle on numerous occasions.
For Sigma! For the Empire! For the Warhammer!
His tactical acumen and combat skills are well regarded, earning him a reputation as a formidable strategist. He is known for his ability to read the flow of battle, make quick decisions, and inspire his troops to victory. His weapon of choice is Galmaraz, the legendary hammer of Sigmar himself, which he wields with exceptional skill and strength.
As Sigmar fought, so shall we. We will become part of the legend.
Karl Franz's battlefield prowess is further enhanced by his loyal mount, Deathclaw, a majestic imperial griffin. This fearsome creature, with its razor-sharp claws and powerful wings, strikes fear into the hearts of the Emperor's enemies. Riding atop his loyal mount, the Emperor commands a panoramic view of the battlefield, allowing him to lead charges, support his troops, and engage in aerial combat. Complementing his authority and reinforcing his rule is the Grand Order of the Reiksguard, a distinguished military order renowned for its discipline and prowess in battle. As the Emperor's personal bodyguards, the Reiksguard embody the ideals of loyalty and valor, serving as both protectors of the realm and champions of humanity's cause. Their presence on the battlefield and in the halls of power showcase the might and unity of the Empire, reflecting Karl Franz's commitment to safeguarding its future. The Reiksguard is the pride of Reikland State Army, and is considered the most powerful and prestigious regiment in the entire Empire. Renowned for their skill, discipline, and bravery, they serve as the personal bodyguard of the Emperor himself. Each member of the Reiksguard is handpicked for their unwavering loyalty and martial prowess, making them the elite among the elite. Clad in shining armor and bearing the iconic symbol of the Empire, their presence is both a reassuring force for allies and a formidable deterrent to any who would threaten the Emperor's safety. The first of the Reiksguard Knights swore a sacred oath of immense gravity to lay down their own lives in defense of the Emperor, whom they regard as the living embodiment of Sigmar himself. These knights pledged unwavering loyalty, ready to face any and all dangers that threaten their liege. Over the decades, the Reiksguard has carved out a legendary reputation on the battlefield. They charge into the heart of battle without hesitation, often facing foes that would send other warriors fleeing in terror. Their unmatched bravery and steadfast dedication have consistently led the Empire to hard-fought victories, painting a legacy of both triumph and sacrifice across the annals of Imperial history. The Emperor spares no expense when it comes to outfitting and training his personal state army, ensuring that they have access to the finest equipment and most rigorous training available. Clad in the best armor and wielding expertly crafted weapons, these soldiers are a cut above the many others that dream of one day joining their prestigious ranks. This dedication to excellence reflects the Emperor's commitment to maintaining a formidable and loyal military presence, one that sets the standard for all other Imperial forces. During my stay in Reikland, I had the privilege of meeting several members of the esteemed Reiksguard. Our conversations often revolved around the Empire's military traditions, and I found myself captivated by their tales of bravery and skill on the battlefield. It was during one such discussion that I was extended a gracious invitation to attend a renowned equestrian festival in Averland, a province celebrated for its exceptional horses and cavalry prowess. The festival promised to be a grand affair, showcasing the very best of Averland's equestrian excellence. Intrigued by the opportunity to witness these legendary steeds and their riders firsthand, I accepted the invitation wholeheartedly and began preparing myself for the journey. My time in the capital has been an enlightening experience, offering me the opportunity to witness the Empire's grandeur firsthand. My journey through the lands and provinces of the Empire is reaching its conclusion, yet I still feel excited for the chance to attend the festival in Averland. And so, my adventure continues. As I bid farewell to the markets and grand halls of Reikland, I set my course towards Averland, a province famed for its wide-open plains, fertile farmlands, and unparalleled cavalry. I'm eager to explore the province, as well as attend the equestrian festival I was invited to. The festival was set to begin in just a few days, so I had time to settle in and explore the surroundings for a while. My journey took me through green hills and vast grasslands, where the wind carried the scent of blooming wildflowers and distant stables. The change in landscape was immediate and striking, a departure from the dense forests and busy riverbanks of Reikland into a land where the horizon stretched far, and the sky seemed bigger and clearer. Unlike many of the Empire's provinces, which are cloaked in the dense, shadowy area of the Great Forest, Averland is a land of sunlit plains. These vast open fields stretch from the northwest to the southeast, nestled between the waters of the Upper Reik, the Aver, and the Blue Reach rivers. Beyond the rivers, Averland's plains gradually rise towards the heart of the province, where the old dwarf road intersects with the Agabyten road near the town of Heidek. The interior is dotted with small tenant villages, scattered across the expansive fiefs owned by the rural nobility. In the western and central regions, the noble families primarily focus on raising Averland's renowned longhorn cattle, tending to their vast herds throughout the year. Each season, they drive the cattle to the bustling stockyards of Averheim and Loningbrook, where the livestock are prepared for slaughter and export, fueling the province's agricultural economy. One particularity is that many nobles are proud of taking their quality cattle to their end, knowing they have procured the best for them through their lifetime and will make some of the best products, thanks to their efforts and care. The province's main exports are cattle, leather goods, fine porcelain, and wine. In the southern and eastern regions of Averland, the rugged plains transition to lush vineyards, where the land is more favorable for growing grapes than in the west. Here, estates either produce their own wine or send their grapes to nearby towns, where brokers sell them to local winemakers. Averland boasts a variety of wines, from the refined Grenstetter wine, prized in Marienburg for its fashionable appeal, to the more infamous Loningbrook ruby wine, a cheaper option produced quickly, and that happens to be very popular among beggars from Nuln to Karabag. Averlanders are known for wearing their hearts on their sleeves, unafraid to express their emotions openly, whether they're filled with joy, sorrow, or anger. If a funeral strikes them as amusing, they won't hesitate to chuckle in front of anyone there, and if someone crosses them as rude, they'll voice their displeasure without hesitation. However, this bold honesty has its flip side. At times, Averlanders can be fickle, prone to changing their minds at a moment's notice. Superstitions, particularly astrology, hold a powerful sway over the people. Merchants are known to abandon a deal entirely if they believe the stars weren't aligned, or the timing was cursed by bad luck. Averheim is the capital city of the province, strategically located in the southern part of the province along the River Aver, near the Black Mountains. The city is renowned for its bustling stockyards where the province's celebrated cattle are traded. Averheim plays a vital role in the economy, with annual cattle drives culminating at its markets, while also exporting other goods. Culturally, the city reflects a blend of sophisticated urban life and rustic traditions associated with cattle herding, housing both refined nobles and rugged cattle lords, who lead their herds to market. Militarily, it serves as the headquarters for Averland's forces, and is home to the elite von Kragsberg Guard, recruited and trained by the von Kragsberg family. Overall, Averheim embodies the dual nature of Averland itself, a harmonious blend of agricultural tradition and imperial sophistication, playing a crucial role in both the economic and political landscape of the empire. After 2 days of travel through Averland's sun-drenched plains and the city streets of Averheim, the day of the much-anticipated festival finally arrived. A grand showcase of the province's equestrian mastery. The invitation I received from the Reichsguard had promised a display of Averland's finest horses, and as I entered the festival grounds, I was not disappointed. The air buzzed with excitement, the scent of fresh hay and spiced meats mixing with the sound of hooves striking the earth. The wine tasting was very good too, with exquisite flavors that danced on my tongue and lifted the spirits of everyone that attended. All around me, proud Averlanders in their bright flowing garments mingled with nobles and soldiers, admiring the magnificence of the steeds. Stalls lined the edges, offering wine, fine crafts, and the unmistakable roar of the crowds as knights mounted their horses for the grand joust. The energy was palpable. This was more than just a celebration of horses. It was a celebration of Averland's heart and spirit, alive with tradition and fierce pride. As I strolled through the festival, I nearly walked past a familiar face without recognizing him at first. It was Captain Eric Hauer, a friend from my younger years, now clad in the unmistakable livery of Averland's army. His weathered face broke into a wide grin as we clasped hands, exchanging stories of old times. After the pleasantries, Eric's tone grew a bit more serious. He began to speak of the Averland army.
You know, my old friend, discipline isn't just a word to us. It's something hammered into our bones from years defending against greenskin raids and other nasty things crawling out of those cursed mountains. We don't get much rest here, even in peace. Every soldier, pikeman, pistolers, all of them, has to be tough as the land they stand on. Resilience is our currency out here. Even when things are quiet, you feel it in the air. The next battle is never far off, but we're always ready.
Captain Hauer continued, and I listened, trying to learn more about the famed army of this province. His eyes flickered with pride. The Averland army typically includes a variety of infantry units, such as handgunners and spearmen. The army is easily recognizable by its yellow and black color scheme, which reflects the province's heraldry. The Knights of the Blazing Sun are a prominent unit in Averland, known for their distinctive yellow armor and powerful cavalry charges. They are a secular knightly order, known for their martial prowess and dedication to the protection of the Empire, and they play a significant role in the army's tactics, providing mobility and shock value in battles against the enemies of the province or the Empire as a whole.
The Knights of the Blazing Sun are a small, elite order of Templars devoted to the study and mastery of the science and art of warfare. These fervent followers of Mermidia value ability and accomplishment over all other factors, including noble birth. It is because of this that the Order has grown into prosperity, attracting the finest military minds under its banner. A Knight of the Blazing Sun's primary goal is to obtain perfection in the art of war. As such, they travel the old world individually, seeking battle both large and small. A warband with the Knight of the Blazing Sun at its head is a potent force capable of dealing with opponents with a level of cunning that ensures victory before the battle is even joined.
These knights often participate in tournaments and martial displays that showcase their skills, further solidifying their reputation as one of the most prestigious knightly orders in the Empire. Like many Imperial armies, Averland also fields artillery units, which can include cannons and mortars to support infantry, and cavalry during engagements, and these have proven effective in many battles in the province's history. Averland forces often employ a balanced approach, combining ranged attacks with strong infantry lines and mobile cavalry to outmaneuver opponents. Their strategies may vary depending on the enemy faced and the battlefield itself. The province's culture influences its military practices, with local nobility often involved in raising cattle alongside their military duties. This agricultural background contributes to the province's economy and sustains its military efforts. The army historically has been led by the Elector Count of Averland, who plays a crucial role in both military and political matters within the province. This leadership is essential for maintaining order and readiness among the troops. Count Marius Leitdorf, often referred to as the Mad Count, was the last Elector Count of Averland. His rule was characterized by eccentric behavior and a tumultuous reign. He was known for his erratic and unpredictable nature, which earned him the nickname Mad. His leadership style often led to controversial decisions and strained relations with other nobles. Few men can claim to have waged wars against forests, battled swarms of bees, or faced down fishmen born of half-forgotten dreams. Yet, this is precisely why Marius Leitdorf, the infamous Mad Count, earned his reputation. Marius was a man of unpredictable extremes, a figure as flamboyant as he was volatile. His fiery outbursts could shake a courtier's composure, while his sudden plunges into dark melancholy left even his closest allies unsure of what to expect. The tales of his erratic behavior, from explosive fits of rage to moments of bizarre clarity, became legendary, cementing him as one of Averland's most eccentric and unforgettable rulers. Despite his outlandish reputation, Marius Leitdorf was far more than just a madman in colourful garb. He possessed a sharp intellect that many overlooked. Known for his poetic prowess and recognized as an inventor of notable talent, Leitdorf's eccentricity masked a mind of great depth. On the battlefield, he was not only a skilled swordsman, but also a brilliant military tactician, leading his troops from the front with fearless actions. His daring, bordering on madness, led to numerous victories that many others would have deemed impossible. The Elector Count was also known for being one of the bravest and one of the most determined amongst his peers. Even the Emperor Karl Franz himself considered him one of his most loyal Elector Counts. In the year 2519 of the Imperial calendar, as orcs threatened Averland, Marius recognized that his provincial army was inadequately prepared to confront the Greenskin horde. He called upon Emperor Karl Franz and the Imperial army from Reikland for assistance. This led to the Third Battle of Blackfire Pass in 2520 IC, where Marius played a pivotal role in confronting the Orc forces. During this battle, Count Marius Leitdorf was slain by Vorgaz Ironjaw, although he managed to inflict damage to the Orc and saved the Emperor in the heat of the battle before his death. Following his fall, Emperor Karl Franz avenged him by killing the Orc warlord shortly thereafter. Marius' death marked a significant moment in Averland's history, leading to a vacancy in the position of Elector Count, while many claimants currently fight for the title of Elector Count of the province. Averland bears the proud yet heavy burden of safeguarding the legendary Blackfire Pass, a crucial mountain pass curved through the World's Edge Mountains, leading to the Badlands and beyond. It was here, centuries ago, that the God King Sigmar Heldenhammer secured his most glorious and decisive victory over the rampaging Greenskin hordes, cementing his place as the founder of the Empire. On that day, the warrior king united the tribes of men under one banner, and with the dwarfs as allies under the banner of High King Kurgan Ironbeard, they defeated the vast Greenskins horde led by warlord Urgluk Bloodfang. To this day, the echoes of that ancient battle still resonate, and Averland's defenders remain ever vigilant, burning as a raging fire against the dangers that may emerge from those shadowed lands. As we have learned, the threat of greenskins in Averland is a constant shadow looming over the province. From their hidden stronghold deep in the Black Mountains and beyond the notorious Blackfire Pass, these savage orcs and goblins regularly descend in brutal raids. Averland's fertile lands and open plains make it a prime target for these marauders, who plunder villages, slaughter livestock, and terrorize the countryside, often for the pure sake of battle. The people of Averland, however, have grown hardy and resilient. Every town has its watchman, and every village has a militia ready to defend their homes. The Averland military, famed for its discipline and fierce cavalry, remains ever vigilant. I had been enjoying the peaceful countryside of Averland, learning about the province and the threats they constantly face, while taking in the sprawling plains and gentle rolling hills, when that serenity was suddenly shattered. A distant horn blared. I knew something was wrong. Farmers abandoned their fields and herders gathered their cattle, all rushing towards the safety of nearby villages. I stood frozen, uncertain of what was happening, until I heard the unmistakable roar of orcs and the shrill cackling of goblins. A greenskin raid. From the hills came a horde of green-skinned brutes charging down towards us. My heart raced as I scrambled for cover, darting behind a small copse of trees. I was no warrior. I knew there would be no fending them off if they found me. I could hear their guttural cries growing louder by the second. I had just enough time to realize how dire my situation was before I felt the impact. An arrow, crudely fashioned, struck me. I looked and realized I had taken an arrow to the knee. The pain was immediate, blinding, and I stumbled to the ground, clutching the wound. I could hear the greenskins closing in, their savage laughter echoing in my ears as darkness began to creep in around the edges of my vision. And then, from the horizon, the thundering hooves of Averland's cavalry broke through the chaos. The ground trembled beneath them as the heavy armored horsemen charged, their famed steeds barreling into the greenskins with the fury of a storm. Footmen followed in their wake, forming ranks and driving back the raiders with disciplined precision. The clash of steel and the crack of gunpowder filled the air as the tide of battle turned. I was barely conscious, my vision blurred, but I could see the greenskins being repelled, retreating back into the hills from which they had come, leaving many of them behind. Strong hands lifted me from the ground, and I was placed on a wooden stretcher, the pain in my knee throbbing with each movement. The faces of Averland soldiers surrounded me as they carried me to safety. I awoke to the soft murmur of voices and the distant clatter of pots and pans. The scent of herbal remedies and fresh linens greeted me, and it took a moment to gather my bearings. I was no longer on the bloodied fields of Averland, but resting in a place of healing, a small secluded haven known as the Hall of the Golden Sun. This establishment was renowned for its skilled healers, a sanctuary for soldiers, travelers, and those wounded in the defense of the province. My knee throbbed, tightly bandaged, but the pain had dulled, thanks to the careful ministrations of the staff. I lay there in silence for some time, my thoughts drifting to the chaos of the Greenskin raid, the charge of Averland's cavalry, and how close I had come to meeting my end. It was a strange sensation, having faced danger head-on and survived by mere fortune. As Captain Eric Hauer stood by my bedside, he gave me a firm nod, his voice steady but laced with the grit of a man who had seen too many battles.
You were lucky, my dear friend. Greenskins don't leave many with stories to tell. But here in Averland, we learn to fight back harder than they can hit. You rest up. Next time, maybe you won't be so lucky. But we'll be ready for whatever comes, just as we always are.
As the days passed and my strength returned, I found myself contemplating my next steps. I had come to Averland with curiosity and a desire to attend the festival and learn about the province. But now, as I looked out the small window of my room at the sun-soaked plains, I realized it was time to return home. The comforts of Nuln, my beloved city in the heart of Wissenland, called to me. There I could recover fully and perhaps even write about my experiences, offering new insights into the people and lands I had encountered across the Empire. With a sigh, I made up my mind. The road back to Nuln awaited me, and though my time in Averland had been filled with pleasant experiences and unexpected dangers, it had also been a journey of discovery. It was time to bid farewell to this province and make my way back to the familiar streets and bustling life of Wissenland. There, I would begin anew. As I recovered from my ordeal in Averland, my thoughts began to drift towards my next destination, Wissenland, a province with a rich history. Though my body still ached from the Greenskin encounter, my mind was restless, eager to return home. The journey from the sun-drenched plains of Averland to the rugged hills and river valleys of Wissenland was not an easy one, but the pool of Nuln, the famed city of cannons, was irresistible. I bid farewell to my friends in Averheim and began my journey to Nuln, the capital of Wissenland. Wissenland is a rugged province, nestled in the southern reaches of the Empire, bordered by the Black Mountains and the River Reik. Known for its industrious spirit and resilience, the people of Wissenland are shaped by the harsh terrain and the ever-present threats from the nearby mountains. The region is rich in resources, with bustling mining operations and engineering marvels that feed the imperial war machine. While it may lack the vast plains of Averland or the grandeur of Altdorf, Wissenland is home to the city of Nuln, a hub of innovation and the Empire's leading center for military technology and artillery. Wissenland stands as the industrial powerhouse of the Empire, where the forges and factories work tirelessly to produce weapons, armor, and machinery vital for the wider Empire. Rich in natural resources like iron and coal, the province is home to skilled artisans and craftsmen whose creations, from black-powder weapons to delicate metalwork, are sought across the old world. Its people known for their stubbornness and dedication, are shaped by the constant hum of industry that drives Wissenland's economy and military might. Though its landscapes often bear the scars of relentless production, the province remains the backbone of the Empire's strength. Upon traversing Wissenland, the towering walls of Nuln came into view, rising like the sentinels of stone and steel over the mighty Reik. The city's blackened chimneys, spires, and the hum of its foundries filled the air. Yet, even with the discomfort I felt due to the injury, I could sense the character that set Nuln apart from all other provinces. The rhythmic clang of the forges echoed in the distance, mingling with the hum of everyday life. It felt good to be back. Despite the pain still lingering in my knee, a sense of relief and warmth washed over me. Nuln, with all its industry and culture, was more than just a city. It was home. After my travels and the dangers I had faced, there was no better place to regain my strength. As I entered the city, my steps grew heavier, the pain flaring up with each motion. I knew that rest would soon be necessary. Fortunately, I was directed to a small but well-kept healing house, nestled close to the university district. It was there I was met by a healer, a woman with steady hands and a calm, reassuring presence. She introduced herself as Lena, her voice as soothing as the warm light that filtered through the windows.
You can rest up here, Dr. Hoffman,
she said, pointing to a bed that was already arranged. I laid back as she carefully unwrapped the old bandages around my side.
The wound is healing, but you must be patient,
she said softly, inspecting it with practiced eyes. Her fingers, though firm, moved with the gentleness of someone who had tended to wounds far worse than mine. She then prepared a mixture of herbs, pungent aroma of the medicinal paste filling the room as she applied it with precision.
I've seen soldiers recover from worse in far shorter times, but that doesn't mean you should push yourself,
Lena remarked, offering me a slight smile. After securing fresh linens around my injury, she handed me a small vial.
Take this twice a day. It will dull the pain and help you rest.
I nodded, sincerely grateful for her care. I thought that I was fortunate to be back home and to have found this place. Nuln may be known for its industry, but I also know that its people are as skilled in healing as they are in crafting steel. As I settled into bed, the pain slowly dulled by the medication. I couldn't help but feel the contrast of the city's intensity against the quiet comfort of this room. As Lena gave me further recommendations, we spoke of familiar things, of Nuln's bustling streets, its ever-growing factories, and the way life had carried on in my absence. She told me of the city's recent happenings, of how the markets thrived and the smell of freshly forged steel lingered in the air. In return, I recounted my journeys through the provinces and cities, from the sunlit plains of Averland to the fortified walls of Middenland. I spoke of the vibrant festivals, the unpredictable weather, and the ever-present dangers. It felt good to share my stories, and though Lena listened with quiet attentiveness, I could see the flicker of curiosity in her eyes as I described lands she'd never seen. But let's talk about Nuln itself while we are here. A city rich in history and known for its never-ending industrial activity. Nuln, often hailed as the bastion of the South and the jewel of the Empire, is far more than just a city. It's a symbol of power, ingenuity, and resilience. As the capital of Wissenland, It holds the distinction of being the Empire's second largest city. Yet its true significance lies in its role as the largest producer of black powder munitions and war machines in all of the Empire. It earned its proud title, the Armory of the Empire, with good reason. Positioned at the crossroads of the Old World's southern trade routes, Nuln commands a landscape with its fortified walls and looming artillery batteries. These emplacements, stocked with enough heavy cannons and black powder weapons to rival entire fleets, are a constant reminder of the city's immense industrial might and its crucial role in safeguarding the Empire's southern borders. Each passing day in Nuln is filled with the thrum of machinery, the clanging of forge hammers, and the echo of cannon fire being tested for the next Imperial campaign, making it the very heartbeat of Imperial warfare. Nuln stands as a proud and independent city-state, renowned not just for its bustling industry, but for its status as the most cultured and sophisticated city in the Empire, as some would say. Within its walls, the arts flourish with grand theatres, concert halls, and galleries that attract talent and admiration from across the old world. Scholars and intellectuals debate philosophy and science at its universities, while noble families host elegant soirees that often define the heights of imperial society. The city's rich cultural life is a stark contrast to the relentless grind of its factories. Yet these two sides of Nuln coexist harmoniously, creating a unique atmosphere where refinement meets raw industrial power. But before becoming what it is today, the city had to go through a tumultuous history, filled with big changes and events that have shaped it. Some of the most notable examples include the rampage of Gorbad Ironclaw. Between the years of 1707 and 1712 of the imperial calendar, the Empire faced one of its darkest hours as the savage orc warlord Gorbad Ironclaw led a brutal invasion through the Blackfire Pass. The Greenskin horde poured into the heart of the Empire, leaving devastation in its wake. Nuln, one of the Empire's proudest cities, was ruthlessly sacked. Its streets echoed with the clamor of destruction and the cries of its people. The Moot, home to the Halflings, suffered a similar fate, its fertile lands trampled and burned under the iron boots of Gorbad's forces.
Thick clouds of smoke billowed high into the air behind Gorbad Ironclaw. He hadn't told the lads to torch the vast fields of wheat that surrounded the villages and hamlets of the Moot, but he could always depend on them to loot and pillage in proper orky fashion. One of his boys, frantically pointing to a wide section of the river, noted a dozen or more hastily constructed rafts were slowly floating away. Each raft was packed with halflings, many others clinging desperately to wood timbers or the odd barrel as their friends and families tried to make more room for them. A few orcs fired flaming arrows into the vague direction of the rafts, but this section of the river was just too wide for their burning missiles to reach.
As the threat grew, the Elector Count of Wissenland, rallying a large imperial army, sought to stop the Greenskins. But at the Battle of Grunberg, just south of Altdorf, the Empire suffered a crushing defeat. The might of Wissenland faltered before Gorbad's relentless onslaught, and the Empire stood on the brink of collapse. Yet, in the face of this looming disaster, the courage of its people endured. Eventually, Gorbad was said to be defeated by the dwarves, in retribution for earlier violence and desecration, for the dwarves never forget a grudge. In the year 2304 IC, Magnus the Pious of Nuln was hailed as the saviour of mankind, elected as the first emperor to unite the fractured empire in centuries. His rise followed the cataclysmic Great War against Chaos, where his leadership had been nothing short of legendary. With Chaos beaten back, Magnus took on the monumental task of rebuilding a nation left in ruins. He established his imperial court in Nuln, elevating the city to the status of the empire's capital, a symbol of strength and unity. During this time, in a momentous alliance with the High Elf Archmage Teclis, they both began what came to be as humanity's mastery over magic by founding the Imperial Colleges of Magic in Altdorf. Together, they penned the Articles of Imperial Magic, an ironclad code of laws governing the use of magic within the Empire. These articles, forged with Teclis's arcane wisdom and Magnus's iron will, ensured that magic would serve mankind's defense against the forces of chaos. And anyone who dared to defy these rules would face a swift and certain death. In the year 2499 of the Imperial calendar, Nuln found itself under siege by an enemy few truly believed existed: the vile Skaven. From the depths of the city's labyrinthine sewers, thousands of these rat men, under the command of the notorious Grey Seer Thrankwall, erupted into the streets. The initial attack was swift and brutal, with the verminous horde pouring forth in an unstoppable tide, overwhelming the city's defences, burning and pillaging many parts of the city. Whole quarters of Nuln were laid to waste in mere hours, buildings reduced to rubble as the Skaven tore through the streets in a frenzy of destruction. The air was thick with the acrid smell of warpstone and the screams of terrified citizens.
I remember the night those damn ratmen crawled up from the sewers. Like nightmares come to life. One moment, the streets were quiet. And the next, they were swarming with those twisted creatures. Filthy, stinking things, with glowing eyes, chittering voices. They tore through the city like a plague, their claws and teeth ripping apart anything in their way. We fought, but it was like trying to stop a flood with bare hands. Men and women were screaming, houses burning. You could taste the ash in the air. It wasn't just death they brought. It was a permanent fear that came with them as a looming shadow that stayed forever. Fear that they would come again, from anywhere, at any time. Oh, I'll never forget it. How could anyone?
The people of Nuln fought valiantly, but the element of surprise and the overwhelming numbers of the Skaven made the battle seem hopeless for a while. Still, The city's defenders, bolstered by their resolve and the leadership of their military commanders, fought back despite their losses. Though much of the city was devastated in the assault, the people of the city were quick to regain their feet and rebuild the city block by block, while also taking measures and readapting to counter possible future incursions, learning a dire lesson. Now, in the time of Karl Franz, the province of Wissenland and the city of Nuln remain fiercely loyal to the Emperor, ever ready to defend the Empire's southern borders with grit and steel, embodying the spirit of perseverance and innovation that defines this province. Nuln's reputation as a city of learning was once unmatched, even surpassing the prestige of Altdorf, though its influence has waned in recent years, overshadowed by the rise of Altdorf being the new capital and the more progressive style of learning. Nuln remains a beacon of knowledge, particularly in the art of warfare. It is most renowned for being the proud home of the Imperial Gunnery School, a vast industrial complex of forges and smelteries where master gunsmiths tirelessly craft and maintain the Empire's formidable artillery. The school is a cornerstone of Imperial might, where the clang of hammers against steel never ceases, and where steam-powered air pumps work tirelessly to dispel the thick, acrid fumes that spew from the blazing foundries. These fumes are so dense and ever-present that many travelers use the dark smog clouds as a guide to the city from afar. The streets of Nuln, particularly around the gunnery school, are often shrouded in choking soot and black smoke, a reflection of the relentless industry that fuels the Empire's war efforts. Countless noble houses from across the Empire send their artillery crews to be trained here, knowing full well that a team educated in Nuln is held in the highest regard, and their expertise in ballistics is second to none. Oh, the University of Nuln. It holds a special place in my heart, for it is there that I spent many of my formative years, learning much of what I know today. Its grand halls and ancient libraries, brimming with the accumulated knowledge of centuries, offered a sanctuary of learning and discovery. It was not just the education that shaped me, but also the bonds forged during those years. Friendships born from shared late-night studies, heated debates, and the thrill of uncovering new truths have endured through the years. Many of these companions have gone on to become scholars, engineers, and statesmen of great renown. But our camaraderie has remained steadfast. The university itself, with its venerable professors and eager students, stands as a beacon of enlightenment in a world often plagued by darkness. Its reputation as one of the Empire's premier institutions of learning is well deserved, and I owe much of my success to the time spent within its walls. As I stepped through the familiar towering gates of the university, a sense of nostalgia washed over me. The weight of my recent journey still lingered in my bones, but the warmth of home, the city where my knowledge had been forged, made each step a little lighter. It had been years since I last walked these halls, and yet, as I stood there, it felt as though no time had passed at all. The invitation from the university had arrived shortly after my return, an event they had arranged in my honor, they said. I wasn't entirely sure what to expect. My travels through the provinces of the Empire had taken me through perilous lands and dangerous encounters, leaving me both physically and mentally exhausted. but the thought of reconnecting with old friends and professors, those who had mentored me and seen me grow as a scholar, was a welcome reprieve. As I entered the grand hall, I was greeted by the soft glow of candlelight illuminating the room's marble columns. A long table stretched before me, adorned with the finest food and drink the university could offer. Banners of Wissenland, Nuln, and even of the Empire itself hung proudly along the walls, adding colour to the hall's academic formality. I was approached by none other than Professor Lichton, my old mentor. His familiar face, though slightly more wrinkled than I remembered, broke into a wide smile as he clasped my arm in greeting. The gathering grew as more scholars, students, and faculty filled the room. Many were eager to hear the tales of my travels through the provinces, the strange sights of Sylvania, the rugged peaks of the Grey Mountains, and the endless plains of Averland. All were treated to delicious meals and the seemingly never-ending flow of Bugman's beer, as well as wine and other beverages. As I settled into the warmth of the gathering, a rich aroma of roasted meats and sweet pastries wafted through the air. I spotted Lena, weaving through the crowd. My heart lifted at the sight of her, and I couldn't help but smile as she approached. "Lena, I'm so glad you made it," I exclaimed, motioning for her to take a seat beside me. She smiled back, her eyes sparkling with mischief and warmth, as she settled into the chair, brushing a stray lock of hair behind her ear. We exchanged knowing glances, the kind that spoke of unspoken promises. It felt comforting to have her by my side, her laughter blending with the joyous atmosphere around us. As the festivities continued, we reminisced about my travels, her enthusiasm for my stories, a balm to my weary soul, making the celebration feel even more special. Another of the most touching moments of the evening came when Professor Lichton stood up to deliver a speech. His voice carried through the hall with the same gravitas that had captivated me during my days as a student.
Esteemed guests, faculty, and dear friends, tonight we gather not merely to celebrate the return of our beloved Dr. Steffan Hoffman, but to honor the spirit of exploration, inquiry, and courage that he embodies. He has ventured through lands where most of us have only dared to dream. From the haunted lands of Sylvania to the untamed lands of Ostland and the sun-kissed fields of Averland. Our friend has traversed both treacherous terrains and perilous encounters. He has brought back stories of valor, culture, the indomitable spirit of our people. The bonds he has forged across our lands remind us of our shared heritage and the strength we find in unity. Steffan has not written about distant lands and different cultures. He has lived them, breathed their air, walked their paths, and forged bonds with people from all corners of the Empire. His stories remind us that knowledge is not just collected, it is lived. And for that we are forever grateful. Dr. Hoffman, your journey has been one not only of personal discovery, but of great contribution to the Empire's understanding of its vast and diverse provinces. Today, we celebrate your achievements, not just as a scholar, but as an adventurer, a man who has walked the paths of the old world and returned with wisdom few could ever hope to attain. Welcome home.
I smiled, raising my glass in gratitude as the room filled with applause. Though my body still ached from my wounds and the weight of my experiences pressed heavily on my mind, I felt a warmth that soothed my spirit. This was home, Nuln, the city that had shaped me. And now it welcomed me back, not just as a scholar, but as a part of its ever-growing legacy. In that moment, I knew that no matter how far my travels had taken me, or how far they might take me again, I would always find my way back here, to the heart of Wissenland, to the university that had given me so much. The warm glow of the fireplace flickered softly as I sat in my house. My own house. With a deep breath, I picked up my quill and began to write, crafting an introduction that would frame my collection of experiences. I poured my heart into the words, determined to convey the essence of my journey and the lessons I had learned. It was a fitting tribute to the lands I had traversed, and a promise to share the knowledge I had gained. As the ink dried on the final line, I leaned back in my chair, a wave of fulfillment washing over me. I knew that this was not the end of my adventures. Rather, it was a new beginning. The stories I had gathered would serve as a foundation for future explorations and discussions. With the weight of my experiences now etched into the pages before me, I felt ready to embrace whatever awaited me next, knowing that I carried the spirit of the Empire within me. With some difficulty, I stood up and looked down at my knee. It was slowly healing up, and lots of progress had been made. I quickly realized that I needed to start getting ready. I had a special guest coming over for dinner. Alas, but that, perhaps, will be a story for another time. I am Steffan Hoffman, Doctor of Biology and Zoology of the University of Nuln, and this has been my story so far. Ah, the grand county of the Mootland, often shortened to just the Mootland, and simply referred to as the Moot by its inhabitants, is a very strange land within the Empire. It is blessed with very fertile soil and a surprisingly peaceful ambient, in contrast to the rest of the Empire and the wider Old World. The people that live there aren't human, albeit they are officially recognized as Imperial citizens, and they have managed to make a fortune out of a situation born out of the butt of a joke, as it often is with these halflings.
The Mootland? Never heard of the place. It's part of the Empire? Really? A place with halflings in charge? Well, whose stupid idea was that then?
Halflings are a race of humanoids about half the size of a full-grown man. Although somewhat similar in anatomy to the race of the dwarfs, it is believed by scholars that the halflings are more akin to mankind, and the Mountain Kings speak of how they first believed them to be the beardless humans. Indeed, everywhere men have set foot and created civilization, the halflings weren't far behind, often thoroughly integrated into the human majority. Human scholars have two main theories about the birth of this particular race. The first theory is that Verena, the human goddess of knowledge and justice, mother of Myrmidia and Shalea, and bride of Mor, created the halflings as a bid to make a race of man that was immune or at least resistant to the taint of chaos. For indeed, the small folk are known to be particularly difficult to be won over to the side of the great enemy. The other theory is that Ranald, the human god of luck and all of those who seek to deceive, created the halflings as some kind of divine, cosmic joke. This theory is rarely taken seriously, but it does somewhat represent the way some humans interact with halflings, making unending jokes about them. Regardless of what others may say, the halflings themselves simply know that they exist, and couldn't even fathom why the big folk, as they call humans, would bother so much as to how or why they were created. Rural and earthy to a fault, halflings prefer the hoe to the sword, albeit the former can also serve as a weapon in a pinch. Indeed, they would rather smoke, drink, cook, and, if you ask any human, steal the odd jewellery here and there, than make war with others. However, you would doom yourself should you underestimate the bravery and tenacity of such people. Indeed, as part of the war effort of the wider empire, the current Elder of the Moot, which is their own way of calling their elector count, Hisme Stoutheart, has sent regiments of scouts and skirmishers to the Imperial Army. A couple of these halflings have been mentioned by their commanders for bravery and resourcefulness, albeit they are often accompanied by complaints from the quartermasters or theft of food rations from supply wagons and other shenanigans. But even so, the idea of a halfling warrior is the butt of many a joke throughout the Empire, the Southern Kingdoms, and even Bretonnia. As a hint towards their brave side, the halflings worship the warrior god Sigmar above all other gods of the Empire, calling him their protector. The funny thing is, nowhere in his many sagas has Sigmar ever mentioned the halflings, much less saved them from anything. That being said, they do have their own deities, much unknown outside of the Moot, for seldom do strangers take profound interest in their strange deities. The halflings worship those gods much more casually than other races worship their own deities, but these are important to them nonetheless. Esmeralda is the goddess of home and hearth, to whom the festival known as Pie Week is devoted to.
Oh, my sister Imelda is the one you're looking for. She makes the best honey pumpkin pie in the Mootland. Stay for a few more days and you will be able to taste it for yourself.
Phineas is the patron god of tobacco, and it is said that his pouch of the grass is endlessly full. Indeed, tobacco is something almost sacred to these halflings. Josias the farmer, the god who always knows what the weather holds, and can coax life out of the most barren of soils. Hyacinth is the goddess of fertility, birth, and the art of intimate contact. The former worries any witch hunter who comes to know about such a divine being for its blatant, albeit very weak, connections to Slaanesh, or she who thirsts, depending on who one asks. The main reason why strangers do not often visit the Moot is because to a halfling there is no such thing as theft, only borrowing without asking. The reason for this is because the little folk live amongst their extended families their whole lives, made up of parents, uncles, and many, many cousins, to the point that there is a specifically halfling slang. Cousin by way of marriage, who describes someone who is truthfully from the family, but is unclear why or how, and surely they'd let you borrow it. Or at least, that is how they think. Halflings also feel at home in conversations that would make a grizzled Marienburg soldier think twice about joining in, describing with absolutely zero details left out what their great uncle and aunt did on their wedding night, and why that is positively hilarious to them. Even so, strangers are very welcome in the Moot, as long as they bring coin and gossip, preferably both. There is, however, one stereotype the Halflings are known for that makes it so that they are always welcome in taverns, inns, and even the royal kitchens of barons, dukes, counts, kings, and even emperors. They can make a delicious meal out of almost anything. The land of the Moot is particularly blessed in many ways. Sufficient rainfall waters the land to guarantee regular and good crops throughout the Moot. It was created from the lands that were previously part of the provinces of Averland and Stirland by Emperor Ludwig II, the Fat, in the early 11th century of the imperial calendar, after having a particularly delicious dinner made by a halfling chef, and because he thought it would be funny. The Counts of Averland and Stirland thoroughly disagreed, needless to say.
Well, you know, many of us be farmers, and proud farmers, let me tell you. The fact that we're one of the main providers of food for the wider empire makes us proud. But I'd say that the unity of our people stands us apart from the other races. Our picnic gatherings are unparalleled across the lands. The cheese we make here you won't find anywhere else. And the quality beer we drink is simply exquisite. Wouldn't you agree?
Rolling green hills and small pockets of oak, elm, beech and willow make up the bulk of the province. It gradually slopes onto the Greenleaf Hills, where many varieties of tobacco are grown, such as Fogmaker Red, Averprime Blend, and the famously strong Fuminator. There are only 2 forests of note in the Mootland, and they are quite small when compared to ones such as the Drakwold. These forests are the Sleepy Woods and Altar Forest. The forest being known as haunted and cursed by the locals, going as far as warranting a hunting party that included a warrior priest of Sigmar to attempt to cleanse it. They were never seen again, but one of their horses was later seen exiting the forest with a human arm on its mouth, chewing nervously on it. It was put down shortly thereafter, for the poor horse had gone mad with thirst for the flesh of men and halfling alike. Nobody knows what really happened to the warrior priest and the rest of the party. Moving on, the previously mentioned Greenleaf Hills to the southwest is truly a sight to behold. Green as the eye can see, the smell of tobacco filling the air, delicious to the noses of the halflings. Not too many years ago, in a historical sense at least, these lands were considered barren beyond measure, cursed even. Indeed, the Count of Averland willingly sold it to the halflings shortly after the creation of the new province, muttering, "And good riddance," upon signing the contract. It was known as the Duchy of the Fallow Hills, for nothing could grow there. But they were mistaken. Almost out of pure instinct, the halflings knew that those lands would wield them fortunes untold with the planting of a specific type of seedling, tobacco. And so it was that the nearby elector counts watched them with envy, as the now revealed to be fertile soil, bathed by the River Ava to the southeast, brought in coin from all throughout the old world. Witch hunters, scholars, and wizards theorize to this day why were those hills barren before, but now produce so much. The most accepted hypothesis is simply that halflings know how to work the soil, and they themselves just claim that they were blessed by Josias the farmer. But a much darker undertone exists there. Although rare, there is crime in the Mootland. Theft isn't really considered crime unless it is a foreigner doing it, in which case the elder simply hands them over to whichever authority they are from. But there are odd cases of a murder here and there, and disappearances, mostly of the big folk that visit the Moot, and especially around the previously mentioned Altar Forest, where many enter, but few ever return. and those who do go mad, wailing, banshee-like, until they are mercifully put down. This forest is, in some ways, even more sinister than the Drakwold, for none yet know what causes its ailment. Ghosts of a forgotten religion, who enjoy drinking blood, are said to roam the place. But fewer still have made the connection that this so-called forgotten religion might still exist. There are many gods in the pantheons of the old world, but few are less known than the Halfling gods. For there are those already mentioned here, and one simply known as the Others, of which Halflings outside the Moot barely even know their names, and seem surprised that any of the big folk know they exist at all. Could one of those gods cause the darkness that takes its seat like a mighty king upon their throne, ruling the dark canopy beneath the oak of divine light in the altar forest? Perhaps. It would certainly not be the first ancient religion found to be evil by modern standards. The blood harvested by the so-called ghosts goes into making the soil of the Greenleaf Hills forever fertile. For when dealing with the gods, there is no such thing as a free blessing, and sacrifices need to be made. But that is only a far-off hypothesis, which very few know about and even fewer believe in. The town of Gipfel, in the heart of the Greenleaf Hills, is the centre of tobacco production for all of the Empire, and some dare to say the entire Old World. As a result, each year in the late summer and early fall, traders from the Empire, Kislev, and especially Nuln flock to the settlement in a bid to buy the largest amount they possibly can of the leaf, in order to control the biggest share of the market back home, and make some serious coin. But this activity holds dark secrets, for indeed there is an ancient and bizarre cult in it. The previously mentioned disappearances of the big folk are mostly centered here, with the tobacco industry being controlled by some secret hands in the Moot. But all in all, the pool of the tobacco market is greater than the sense of self-preservation of many a merchant and entrepreneur, so they always flock to the Moot, despite the many cases of strange disappearances that have accumulated over the years. Dagobert Heathland is the biggest landlord of the region, and truly the most powerful halfling south of the Ava Reach. Few dare cross him. Old Dag, as he is known, spent several years adventuring through Kislev, and brought back with him a strange faith. All of those who live in Gipfel or depend on it in any way are in the worn-down hands of Old Dag, and he makes good use of them. It started as a small gathering of a few halflings in a secluded barn house, but it quickly grew to encompass all of the small town. It is a faith based around fertility and abundance, and the halflings that follow that cult accomplished something remarkable. In no time, the crops specifically owned by Old Dag began to grow stronger, to yield double, triple even, the regular yield. Worshipping a strange spirit with no name, ancient to the point it speaks of knowing the first ever human tribes to come into the frozen lands of Kislev. But the price for such abundance is non-negotiable. Once a year, in the autumn equinox, a sentient being must be sacrificed, and their blood must soak the soil of the hills. The sacrificed ones were locals at first, but the cult quickly began to use far-off merchants for these matters. The farther from their homeland, the better. If picking between a Wissenlander merchant or a trade master from Imperial Cathay, the choice is indeed obvious. For being so far from one's hearth makes it easier to justify their vanishing without a connection to the cult. This happens every single year, yet no one has been able to prove the connection between Dagobert's cult with the random disappearances. The biggest city of the Mootland is Ingenuity, the capital of the province. It is a seat of the Elder of the Moot, their version of Grand Count, for they believe, and frankly are justified in their belief, that Grand Count is just too posh for their taste.
Humans and their obsession with titles. Such a bother.
A collection of winding lanes at the banks of the River Aver, the city consists of cottage homes with extensive gardens, mixed somewhat randomly with inns and smithies, shops and taverns of all kinds. It would not take long at all for the eyes of a would-be observer to dry up upon witnessing the many colours of the city. For indeed, halflings love their decorations, to the point some think they are either blind or mad, or both. The buildings there are scaled to the locals' physique, but inns and shops often have bigger rooms and doorways for the big folk to make use. In the centre of Ingenuity stands what technically is, but not really, a palace, the seat of the Elder. A 2-story building with a sod roof, and sometimes goats grazing upon it, if the need arises. A large room in the middle of the building with a comfortable and nice-looking chair functions as the Count's throne room. Magnus the Pious, perhaps the most esteemed emperor since Sigmar himself, slept there on his way to the war in Kislev, and he himself said that never before had he had a more comfortable sleep. The centre of government in the Moot, Ingenuity also holds the land's namesake, the Moot, every 3 years. Every halfling, Mootlander or otherwise, can come to this Moot and vote on new laws and policies, handle any crime that couldn't be resolved in the local level, and, of course, elect the new Elder of the Moot. It is also a big party, with drink and food aplenty. There's also the fact that the previously mentioned Hismi Stoutheart has been re-elected 10 times in a row, which is a new record. The Mootland is a very particular province, full of farmers that work the fertile soil to bring bountiful harvests. With customs that may appear weird to some, the halflings live their lives mostly isolated from the outer world, for many are the dangers that lurk beyond the rivers and hills of the Moot.